Hey y'all, how you doing? Hey Bruce, Gigi, joyful, integrity minded. How y'all doing today? It's a pretty crazy day for news, isn't it? Crazy day for everything. And I titled it Patience because I think a lot of us are running out of patience. And the definition they give me is the capacity to accept or tolerate delay, trouble, or suffering without getting angry or upset. And it's a little hard to do, but don't pray for patience. You'll be opening a box that you don't want to get. Just try to have patience. Try to think of it in a different way. Put some positivity in there. Hey, Tom. Tom, you had some interesting news over there in Virginia today, didn't you? Y'all tell me how a 6-year-old child gets a gun. Hey, Kim. I'm glad you're here. I think he was 6. Yeah, he was 6 years old. Crazy. So I'm sure the parents will be paying for that. More ways than one. I watched Nancy Drew this morning. Saw the little protest in front of the Supreme Court. Then I saw a video a while ago, the arrest of Ashley Babbitt's mother. Okay, Tom. Doritos now. Eat whatever you want now. I'm telling you, with everything they got coming at us, whatever makes you happy and comfort food, whatever it is. I'm sticking to my frosting and those darn vanilla wafers. That is very true, Kim. Unfortunately, um, there was a really good video that I was watching earlier, and for the life of me, I can't find it. If Echo comes in here, I'll try and get her to drop the link. I hope she can find. Well, I know she can. And it was some really good people. One was Kirk. One was Destry. Um, one was Darren Brunson. Uh, they were talking about the Brunson case and other things, a lot of other things. It's a really good channel. It's called Lights of the Round Table, but I, I don't know why. I just cannot find it on YouTube now. Mr. Tom, if you would like to come up and talk, there's the link. Bruce, did I say hi to Bruce? I hope I did. Hope I didn't miss him. Oh, Tom. Yeah, that happens too. All for his kingdom. Good to see you. Yeah, that was the charge. They wouldn't allow them to walk down the sidewalk because they were carrying United States flags. And so they were walking in the street to cross over to the other side to hopefully be able to walk on that sidewalk. And so they arrested, I'm assuming all of them, but the only arrest I saw was her. And the charge was, um, I think, blocking a roadway and um, resisting arrest or something like that, which she was not. He was rough handling her pretty good. Hi, Josh. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
Didn't do much today. Went to work, came home, took him out, dropped him my wife. I left you with on for a good while today, but listened to him at work.
Yeah, I had to miss him because I had an appointment. I did see a little bit of it. I didn't comment. So once you do that, you're stuck. and but I um, did see a little bit of it. I saw him drilling those holes for the wheels to make the axles for the wheels. Cardsman, that's a good way to put it. Patience, a virtue I have lots of, yet seem to never use. And hello, Guardsman. Chad Gamer, good to see you. And that's true too, Chad.
Gotta take my meds before I forget.
Okay.
I don't have to work, so I can stay up tonight.
Tom, it was a school in Virginia, and a 6-year-old shot his teacher. He's in critical condition. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. So, what are we in the mood for tonight? Music. I don't know.
God, give me more water.
Yeah, Tom. That's what I said. Well, that's true, Chad. I mean, I've seen pictures over and over and over. Oh, is it a full moon? I've been waiting for it. I saw when it was about 3/4. Kim, that is a good question. I understood that all schools had metal detectors. I don't know. It's to the point, and it's really sad. And I think somebody read me something about how to take over a country too. So this is part of the plan. Nobody believes anything. Nobody trusts anything. Nobody. It's just all smoke and mirrors or whatever they call it. There you go, Carl. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. And that's it. That's it. It is just pure evil. No, guardsman, I don't agree with that. Um, Whoever's responsible for that child would be responsible for the safety of that weapon. I We don't do that. If everything's locked up, just put it that way. There's no child that can get to anything harmful in our homes. Oh wow, Kim. Hmm. See, and sometimes I wonder, because you would think they would really be pushing that for the control of 2A, and that they're not putting a lot of it, especially that's your local state. I did see um, yesterday, I saw that Offer His Kingdom, what you said. Um, well, believe I can't remember his name, but I saw that he had written, as soon as he woke up, he wrote, "Did we win?" And um, so the good thing about that means that his brain was not lacking oxygen too long. He was thinking clearly. He seemed to know where he was. He didn't know why, but I didn't know that he had spoke. That's a good sign too. Yes, praise God that he's okay so far. Hey Jake, how are you doing?
The fly with my new webcam, it picked up the room. It might really might. I don't want everybody to be in my messy room.
Okay. Well, you can turn your camera off too if you want to. That doesn't bother me. Guardsman, I totally understand that too. Um,
I'm a bit of a blob. My
it's
wife
okay.
always yelling at me, clean up my room.
Chad, I would really like to have a conversation with you sometime. Hi, Indy. How are you doing, hon?
I'll be getting another monitor when I can save up the money for one.
Another monitor.
For the laptop so that I don't have to look at chat on my phone.
I thought you just said no more.
I never realized how much money you have to invest to have good equipment and good stuff to run a YouTube channel. I mean, it's a lot of money. At least for me, anyway.
Well, it is a lot of money, and that's why I don't do all that. Just have a little laptop, and that's it. No mics, no monitors, no, uh, and
Well, I
no,
have a 22-inch flat screen that I don't use anymore because my vision's so bad that I can't see it.
yeah,
The monitor that I have now is a 32-inch flat screen, and it's a lot easier for me to see everybody and see everything on a 32-inch than it is a 22-inch. Because I'm legally blind, I can only see out of one eye.
I understand that. There's times when it's really hard for me to see the chat, and um, sometimes I have to blow it up bigger.
Well, what I'm looking to do when I get that other monitor is I'm going to wall my laptop into my YouTube channel, and then I bought software. It's called Moonpep, and it magnifies the whole screen. So what I'll do is I'll put the Moonpep on the laptop, and then I'll be able to see everybody. That's my plan.
Yeah,
But the problem is it will take up a lot more room.
yeah, I don't have the room either.
Because right now I got the computer and the computer speaker on the desktop. The keyboard, the mouse, and the microphone, and the monitor on a table. So I have, like, I'm in the master bedroom right now. So the other bedroom on the other side of the hallway, that's the smaller bedroom. This is the master bedroom. So I'm gonna probably, when I get that other monitor, I have a little fan that I don't know where I'm gonna put the little fan, but I'm gonna move it, and then I'm gonna put like a little table up on the right side of me, and that'll have the other monitor, and the fan will have the laptop. So I should be able to see everything that way.
Hey, chat.
Hey, what y'all doing?
Oh, nothing much. Just reading chat. Josh is telling me about his more money he's going to spend.
Yeah, I don't have that problem having money to spend.
Yeah, me either. Guardsman, that's cool that you named your rifle that. And Kim, I understand, and that's I am open minded to everything. I think I try to be. I just know what I read in the scripture, and um, that's what I go by. But I'm sure that there are a lot of things that are a little different than they're told. And um, the thing about Christmas, and so many people won't even celebrate it because of that conviction that they have, and I understand that too. Um, I just feel that, if that's the date that was chosen to celebrate it, there's so many things that I don't think are celebrated on the exact date that it happened. And so it's like anything else, um if that's when my family and I can get together and gather and have a big meal and maybe give a gift.
A lot of that stuff's so commercialized. It's the thought that counts. Is about it.
Yes, and that's my kids are happy with the meal, It's not, um, we don't, well, okay, I don't do that. I don't go nuts with the decorations and the everything. I may put out a couple, and usually they're like a nativity scene or something like that. I used to. It used to look like Santa Claus came in and threw up. There was Santa Clauses everywhere. And then I just I don't know if I started just feeling bad about it, or I just quit.
Yeah, how many we lost since in the last year or so? It was what Tonto, Ron, and Sean, wasn't it? Or the
Sean, Rich Little, he wasn't. uh, Well, I think he put some content on his channel. He was in Alaska.
and then it was Tactical Tonto, and then Ron.
Yes, that was a really shocker because he was young and
He was had problems, but he's in pretty good shape too. What he's cop and military, wasn't
I think so. It wasn't his real name Matt.
he? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I liked him. Um, there used to be a morning Saturday morning outdoor show, and we'd all cut up in there and tell our fishing stories and hunting stories.
I used to go there to Freedom's a lot. That was back when we were all hanging out after we get done or whatever. I thought I told you about it, but that's a lot of places where I went after we'd all get done.
And he was there too.
I've seen him there.
I don't know why I missed ever hearing about Dangerous Freedom. I
I
missed it.
I think I told you about him. And you said you wasn't sure who I was talking about. So
Yeah. And so I must have missed it, like if we were on 101 and they put the link before it was over or something, or I don't know. I just that is one person that I regret not knowing because I've only heard amazing things about him. And you know, I was thinking about that too because um, one of the ladies was telling me because I was like, "What happened?" She said, "Well, he was a lot more ill than we thought he was," and so I was thinking about that, and I thought that's because he didn't want his last days to be sad. He wanted to still have the fun, do what he was doing, and I think maybe.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, hello everybody.
Hey,
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Oh, pretty good for an old guy.
Pretty fly for a white guy, huh?
I don't have the guts to say that, Chuck.
You want to see why my camera's always crooked? Look in
Why?
the background.
Oh, I like that.
That's a Mississippi flag, the one that was banned. I think it is Georgia or Mississippi. I can't remember. It's one
I
that's
believe Mississippi.
it's red, white, and blue. It's just blue, big, broad blue, big, broad white, no long red at the bottom.
Right.
I think that's one last one in the courthouse. I got it. I bought it from somebody in there. Having them out there, and the guy sold me his last one in front of the ones bitching about it. And then they wanted to follow me. I said, I ain't the one you want to follow.
Now wait a minute. A part of your transmission garbled there.
Yeah, I bought it from a guy at a flea market. There was a bunch of people there complaining about him selling them. So I ended up buying the last one, and they wanted to follow me out to my truck when I was putting it out there. And I'm like, I'm not the guy you want to follow.
I get so much criticism for that little icon, and you know.
I grew up with black guys in high school that rode in the rodeo and stuff and flew them on their horses. They were out there doing their horse stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I have seen Civil War pictures where black men were carrying that flag.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
don't.
I once faced an old World War II soldier. He used to be in Atlanta, and he'd stand on the corner all the time out there in his World War II uniform with the rebel flag out there with it, and he'd hand out Bibles and constitutions to people.
Well, there was a guy, I believe, down in North Carolina, and I'm ashamed that I can't remember his name. He's passed away recently. But he would stand out on the street in his uniform and his flag, educating people. You know, a black guy.
Yeah, that might be the guy I'm thinking of saying Atlanta. It might have been North Carolina.
Well, maybe it was Atlanta. Don't trust me on anything that's memory.
He got called a racist.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just everyone wants to label everybody with something. And it's just crazy.
I don't see color, I see stupidity.
Yes.
Some people are not going to be happy unless they're stirring something up. That's the long and short of it. Let them go.
Yes. And I think there's some out there that really look for ways to do that. Just they're so miserable or something. I don't know what their problem is.
Hey, Kim.
They're just not happy unless they're stirring something up. And you got them in your neighborhood. You probably got them in your family. I do. And you're going to have it on the internet. So deal with it.
Yep. Hey, Deb.
Hey, Deb. They'll be the ones when stuff goes stupid. They'll be on the first bus in the dirt.
Yeah. That little protest I saw in front of the SCOTUS, Auntie was there with their face coverings because they didn't want anybody to see their faces, of course, but they were there. Don't think they caused any trouble because there was too many people in control all around that place.
Was there a big crowd down there? I didn't see any news at all today.
It wasn't a big crowd. I would say maybe 50 people. Apparently it was like really freezing up there. But,
no, it's not that cold.
Oh no.
Surprised and somewhat disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're talking about Texans though saying cold though. That's what we get chill bumps when we open the refrigerator.
That's a good one, Chuck, because
It's
it's
funny.
pretty true.
It's 35 here right now. It's cooler than it has been. We have had last evening at this time it was probably 50. So I told my wife, I said, winter's back. It's still mild winter, but yeah, it's cold again.
Hell, Tom, when I was growing up in Shreveport as a kid, if somebody spilled an icy in the road, they'd shut school down for a week.
Call the salt truck out.
Yeah, they didn't have none of that. No salt truck, no plows, no. Hell, you need a snow shovel. You see people out there when we got snow with old corn scoops out there trying to shovel with them.
It is 67 here right now.
67.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's what I said. We're having spring now. We've been up in the 80s, and it's like, so what I did, because we had that freeze, like everyone else did, it came everywhere. And so now everything thinks it's spring, so the fruit trees are going to start budding. And
Oh, that's bad news.
Oh, yeah.
yes, because you know it's going to freeze again. And
Yeah, that hard freeze we got on a Friday here, Bonnie, we killed my tomatoes. They lasted this long, and there was probably 100 little thumb tip size, them purple.
no,
They're in between plum and grape. They get about an inch and a half, 2 inches long, and maybe an inch wide. But
yeah, I had some of
I
those.
still got a half a dozen beets out there. The leaves came back.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's good.
See, up here, everything's gone in the middle of October. I mean, it's dead. I can't imagine tomatoes this time of the year. That's great.
Somebody told me up your weather there, even as far as up in Michigan, that you can grow beets, even though it'll kill the greens out. When the snow goes away, the leaves will start coming back out of the ground.
Oh, yeah, they'll stay alive underground.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I didn't know that. They said some types of potatoes will do that.
Hmm.
I don't know about potatoes, but I mean, under the right conditions, I don't see why they wouldn't.
I remember as a kid, Dad telling me when they were kids, they dig little 3 foot by 3 foot holes, and he said they'd throw straw and potatoes and onions in, put more straw, and then bury them up.
They used to bury potatoes here too, long ago.
Yep. Anna Marie.
Throw a
Anna.
bunch of lime in there for some reason, I guess to kill the bugs.
Yeah, keep the varmints out.
Yeah, they'd bury their potatoes.
That's
If they
not,
didn't have a root cellar. For some reason, you needed a cellar with a dirt floor. Potatoes don't keep good in a building with a floor in it. Now, why? I don't know.
I remember that. And potatoes, onions, all of them that we hung just to like garlic and
You know, you guys remember the old tater boxes? If they had a solid floor in them, the potatoes and onions wouldn't keep good. If they had a whole bunch of holes in them, they
Yes.
would.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I mistook George for Anna. Good to see you, George.
Hey, George. He's a specialist. He can tell you all about what'll grow under the frost. I know kale will come back. I'm thinking about planting that 1/4 acre in the back that ain't really mine, tilling it all and putting kale out there and letting it grow wild a few years.
Yeah.
It'll always be there. Might not be what you want, but it'll be something to eat.
Oh, kale's good for you too. A lot of people don't like kale, but
I have never tried it. I never even heard of it until they started that.
It's in between spinach and that romaine lettuce, somewhere in there.
yeah, it's a more bitter, kind of chewy, but it's good for you. And I like it just like spinach, cooked in a little bacon grease and some vinegar on it. You can't beat that.
Yes,
Yep. It's just like
Oh,
another
yeah.
type of greens.
that's exactly how we do our spinach.
I bet Tom knows what wilt lettuce is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
About the same way you just said do that kale's how you make it, ain't it?
Yeah, man. I make that dressing. I need the recipe. I can't do it from memory, but I love that. That's what I grew up on. That's how my grandmother made it.
Some of all that old Appalachian cooking.
Yeah. The trick is you got to use egg yolks. If you don't strain the whites out of the eggs, it'll curd up on you. But if
Yeah.
you just use the yolks, then it's nice and smooth. You got to cook it a little bit.
There's lots of different types and all different tastes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell, Appalachia had all the struggling people in there. It had blacks that left slavery. It had your two different kinds of Indians. It had the Scotch Irish. All the people that struggled knew how to make food last.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched a movie one time, and it was way back there. And the husband kept telling the wife, "Don't touch my potatoes. Don't touch my potatoes." And they had kids. They were running out of food, and she kept sneaking out there and getting some potatoes and just making just a stew with potatoes was all she was using just to keep them alive. And then it flooded and ruined it all anyway. Didn't they lived through it, but it just showed don't try to keep it and make everybody starve.
Or you'll lose it anyway. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere the other day. I don't know if you ever heard of this, Bonnie, or any of y'all, where they grow their potatoes. They have to leave them out on top of the ground and exposed, either out in the open or in barns, and turn them over a few times because the ground's toxic the way they grow them, that they got to air out to let all that gas and stuff out of them.
Where's this?
Somewhere in the United States where they grow all the McDonald's potatoes.
Wow.
In the world?
They
Oh,
do.
I can't imagine.
They grow fast and big, but they're toxic. They have to leave them out in the open and turn them around and move them around and stuff to get all the whatever it is that's in that ground that they make them grow in. I'm like, yeah, it makes me want some fries.
No doubt.
and I have heard that potatoes can be toxic if they're not kept a certain way, grown a certain way, and
If when a potato gets sunburned, its skin will turn green. And if you feed those peelings to chickens, it'll kill them.
Yep. I've heard that before.
yeah, there was something about the green on the potatoes too.
Yep, that's sunburn.
Huh.
And I've also heard too, if you take them and if stuff's tough, if you take those and just kind of wilt them through hot grease, and then the chickens can eat them, it won't hurt them. I don't know why, but that might be fake. But
I don't know.
hey, guard,
Sailing on something like that.
Solanine.
Sailing on, yeah.
That might be. You talking about where they're the chemical that's in them, or you talking about where they're grown, guards? Yep, Deb said Gates owns those potatoes. I've seen that part. It's on some of their farmland. Probably made with kufi shots.
And that's sad that that's where we're at. No, where'd this come from? Do we want to eat it? No. Excuse me.
Yeah, Carl, today's my second day. Yesterday I just had super beets. Today I made a super beet and college, and I mixed them both together and drank it. It's kind of, you can surely taste the beets in it that way, and it's got a, you can earthy, I guess the best way to put it. Made you feel a little better.
Oh, all potatoes give off.
All right. But I guess those are a lot worse. They're growing over there.
So you're trying the super beets. How long you been on it? 2 days?
Today's the second day.
So you haven't felt any different?
I sort of feel a little better.
Really? I just always wondered if they could concentrate that stuff enough to really make a difference. There's this commercial on Fox. And what is the name of that stuff? It's fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. They got the two different kinds, and I've
Yeah.
seen it at the dollar store, and I heard that does good too, but I've never tried it.
And the dumbest commercial, one of the dumbest I've ever seen in my life. They've got this guy, he kind of reminds me of that guy Fetterman from the Pennsylvania senator,
Yeah.
the Neanderthal dude. And this guy's story is, now listen to this, pay attention, he's a nutritionist. And in his job as a nutritionist, he gets so busy, sometimes he forgets to eat. And that's when he found this balance in nature, and it turned him into a young man again. It's the dumbest thing. It's just like nobody with a brain is going to buy that stuff just because of that advertisement. But yeah, the nutritionist gets so busy he forgets to eat.
Yeah, that him being a nutritionist, he ought to know better than that.
Yep. My
Yeah,
nutritionist, if we're there, I'm sorry. If we're at my nutritionist at noon, he'll say, just a minute, need to heat up my food. And it smells amazing, whatever he brings to work.
Yeah, that super beets, I could tell yesterday. I could feel like a lot of, you know, when you eat a lot of things, you can feel your stomach like doing that, and then stuff all over.
Oh, yeah.
I sort of felt that, but it wasn't an annoying thing. Oh my God, I got to hit the bathroom. And then today it did sort of the same, but I was told it takes about a week of it. That the stuff I got, they got the gummies, and then they got a little jar at Walmart, and powder is like $14.
Oh, you're able to get it at Walmart.
Yeah.
Right on.
And it's got a little scooper in it. You put it in from 8 to 12 ounces. And I just put 20 ounces, well, basically a cup and a half, 2 cups of water in a thing and shook it up together with both. But see if it helps any of them damn broken up joints of mine.
Oh, is it supposed to be good for your joints?
Yeah, the collagen is.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
something in the super beets is too, but I don't remember which it was. That stuff tastes like just with a scoop and water when I made it yesterday. You remember the old kids Flintstone vitamins?
No.
Them chewable vitamins, how they smelled. It smelled, tasted like that, but it had a real strong grape acai berry, but you could, at the back, after you swallow it, the aftertaste, you can taste the beets.
Really? A lot of people don't like beets. I love beets.
I'll eat them. I didn't like them, but it wasn't unpleasant or nothing. My boy's like, well, what's that weird aftertaste? I'm like, that's beet.
I like beets cold. I don't care for them hot.
I remember in Ohio, they used to have them bars up there. Used to have them big jars of pickled eggs with beets in them. And
Yep.
I used to eat
beet juice.
Yep. Pickled beets cold. That's the way we had them.
have you about 6 draft beers and about a half a dozen of them eggs, and nobody wants to be around you.
Yeah, certainly not the next day, anyway. Oh, man.
I don't have that nuclear thing to play that Chuck plays.
Yeah, I'd eat all the eggs, and an old man up there, he'd eat all the beets out of it. Hell, this was old Irish bars back in the 80s. He kept corned beef and cabbage going in the back, Black eyed peas going in the back, and he always had those eggs and pig's feet and stuff like that. And he'd give it all free to his customers because he didn't want nobody leaving all trash.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I wish I lived anywhere near George.
Yeah, George puts all his stuff back.
Yeah. I have a request, if y'all don't mind, to play this song. See what it is. Yeah.
World getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. Waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate quite yet, the storm is coming, Q, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country and our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour, troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpent. One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth.
Bronco.
God, we need you.
You want me to? Agora não estão leve.
You should have peeled the cheese off of it, if anything.
Deflected by some breaking news. Oh, we just accepted. Expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective, but I got a lot of questions.
Browser something that
Printed in the testament, these children are protected, so I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, lying not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheek. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting, and then I'll pray for forgiveness. One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, one day, one day, I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God,
Well, amen to that. Guardsman, I wish I could give you a hug right now. And John Dunning, I saw a documentary about grounding, and they did a blood test. I think they did a blood test and a brain scan, but I'll just talk about the blood test. And they did it on this lady, and her red blood cells were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. They took her outside barefooted on the ground, stood there about, I don't know, 10 to 20 minutes, something like that. They took her back in, did another blood test, scanned it, and the red blood cells were doing what they were supposed to be doing. It was pretty interesting. I keep hearing people talking about grounding and
Hey, Keno,
getting with the earth.
what they do today, Bonnie? Did you hear what happened with all that? I missed out. I was, like I said, I told you I was tied up.
The Brunson or the
Any of it? I didn't check them.
Congress actually started back up again at 10 p.m. Eastern. And I don't have that on because it'll make me echo. But
The 14th vote right now.
and I think he's only one short, which is disturbing. I was so mad when I saw Chip Roy stand up and say, Kevin McCarthy. And everybody started clapping. They're clapping for the ones that have turned.
It's sad how they stick together.
Yep.
It's like I've said a million times. No matter where you lick on a turd, it tastes like shit.
Yep.
Hey, Keno. Good to see you. And then the Brunson thing, it seems like, okay, and that's why I wanted to echo here so she could drop the link, because that's the one I cannot find. But there's a YouTube channel called Lights of the Round Table, and they had, what's his name? Darren Brunson, and they had a attorney. I think the attorney's name was Destry or Kirk. I couldn't get who was who. I was trying to listen to it really quick, and but they were explaining the constitutional part of it, all of this, and so it really made a whole lot of sense. And he was saying, the attorney guy, he was saying that there's a county in Texas that like CPS can no longer come into that county and do anything to the children. They proved in court, won the case, that they were solely for trafficking children in that one county in Texas.
It needs to be that way all over.
And that's what I guess it would take each county doing that to make that happen. Well,
Was anybody prosecuted?
yes. I mean, they won. They were, well, I don't, that's a good question. I don't know if he actually got into that part of it, but
The question is anybody in jail?
I don't know. There's a case, it's called Luther versus Borden, and I don't know if that's the case he was talking about. It seems like it was. Um, Actually, I was wanting to share the video tomorrow, just go live and share it just so it'd be out there. But everyone thinks that I'm really going to get a strike for that one. Thank you, Carl. There's the link right there. Carl just dropped it. And but there's everything that we have been hearing about the Constitution. It's like a crash course for me, and I'm trying really hard to learn it all real quick. But it's not something you can learn real quick. Um, you know, some people keep saying they're waiting for the military. Well, then you have martial law. We don't want that. It's what it would be is, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, is that it takes 4 justices to decide on that case, whatever it is. And so this one that they're waiting for anyway, they were saying that they were going to look at it. It's actually been through several steps that we didn't know about. It's not like this is the first time this case has been seen. He's been working on it for months. And in October is when, and he's even had phone calls from the clerks requesting, and that's how they got on the docket and got the number, the 22-230, whatever it is, I can't remember. And so then they're supposed to make a decision or announce sometime Monday. We have to wait till Monday for an announcement on that.
And that's in Texas, you said.
No, this is the one. The Brunson brothers are filing against Congress.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a big one. And
this is the Supreme Court you're talking about now.
yes, that's why the protest was at the Supreme Court today, was to say that they need to listen to this case. They need to act on this case because of all the things that has been done against we the people. Yes, the 4 trumpets. That's what they're. Thank you, Bruce. 22-380 is the number on the docket, and it's on their site, but it's kind of weird that they're.
And if the Supreme Court can't do their job, then this is one that needs to be done. Then they shouldn't be where they're at.
Well, and that's the thing. So, from what I understand, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I know everything, but the president chooses the justices for the Supreme Court, I think, and then Cruz or somebody in the Senate questions these nominees to see if they are good for that position, which we've seen how that goes, but they're still chosen. And so who knows how it's going to work out, because I think it takes 4 to.
It would take 5 because there's 9 justices.
Oh,
Yeah.
does it? Okay.
5 to win.
Oh, okay, 5. So I was wrong about that, but that's what I said. I'm trying to learn all this. Crash course.
Did you see where Saudi's got a thing out for T-Man? They're getting him for murder and assassinations. He's wanted.
Was that Saudi or Iraq?
Iraq.
I heard something about that. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything.
I just wonder if they'll
Yeah, I heard that.
grab him here, and then trade him off.
Well,
I don't know how they would extradite him to. I don't know.
If they got another Brittany over there, they do it.
they said that Iraq said they were indicting him because it was a death penalty offense. Well, your wife and daughter going outside without their faces uncovered is also a death penalty offense in Iraq.
Yes.
Both of these supposed crimes are committed in the United States. This thing don't have any teeth at all.
Yes.
It's, it's like me indicting somebody. Never mind. Don't get me started.
That's messed up. In time of war, using war crimes as calling it war crimes basically because it happened. It's just stupid. It skips around and dances around so much precedent and law that it's stupid.
But we can sit here and fund them in other places, and that's all fine and dandy.
Yeah. Well,
Or
hey, sometimes war gets personal, It's
yeah.
not always from thousands of miles away.
And isn't that the country that got all the goods?
No, that was Afghanistan. Wasn't it?
Right.
They probably got a lot of it.
It was left there, but it seems like it was sold to one of the eyes.
Hell, within a month, they were saying some of it was close to the Texas border. Some of them people down there had some of that stuff.
No doubt. I don't doubt that at all.
Wouldn't
Especially
surprise
small.
me a bit. Yep. Boy, they had a crazy night last night there, didn't they?
Oh, really?
In Mexico? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And all that shit.
Thank you, Kim. Do
Well,
what?
Fearless Leader's going to go down there when Sunday and straighten it all out for us. So it'll be fine.
And I think that they were trying to postpone that because of this congressional thing, or what did I say about that?
Which one's going down there, Potato or knees on the ground?
The big guy. The big guy.
Yep. But you know what? He has a meeting. There's some kind of like a summit type thing or something. He has a meeting there, is why he's going. He's not even going to be anywhere near the border, just like her.
Yeah, I heard El Paso, and that's not on the border, is it?
Not, well, it wasn't, but there's been a lot of action in El Paso lately.
Oh, has there?
Yes.
But still, the man needs to be standing there looking at the daggone river. That's the border.
Yes.
And seeing what's going on.
The further south you get, the worse it has been. But other players out of Mexico have really stepped in and are causing a whole lot of trouble with both sides. And so, and that's.
I don't understand, Bonnie, why when they were building that, they didn't have okay, there's 3 teams doing it. You first 2 teams start at this point. You go 5 miles west. You guys go 5 miles east. This is the point 5 miles east where you'll stop. 13, you go 5 miles more east. From this point, okay, they get done. There's 15 miles of wall. Next, why do they got to pull you here and do that there? And that's kind of like putting up every 10 feet cyclone fence, but leaving the other 10 feet open.
Yeah.
Yes. Guardsman, I'm sorry if I didn't see your question. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I answered wrong when I heard the voice.
Guards, don't leave, dude. I was trying to answer your question. Come on up here. It's easier to get a question through.
Hey, Bonnie.
Hi, Wyatt. How are you?
I'm all right. Let's go let the dogs out.
Uh-oh.
The big old horse has got to go potty.
Okay, I'm not understanding. Remember to answer the voice when it asks. You won't hear the question until you are dying. I answered wrong when I heard the voice. Link. Okay, I will give you the link.
Yeah, we better not have no gimp-legged drug dealer run across. They'll try to trade El Chapo for him to get him back.
Yeah, and I think that's what set everything off. But it's odd because what they were attacking was Democrat-run offices, buildings, whatever it was.
Well, I heard it described earlier today. They said that the cartel was at war with the government, but the cartel owns the government. So it's like a civil war within a civil war. It's a really weird situation, but it's violent. They're not kidding around.
Yeah. No, they're not. Hi, Guardsman.
Hello, sir.
Hey, howdy, y'all. So, the question, it's what is referred to as the eternal question. Basically, when you're on your deathbed and you're about to pass on or come back, you hear a voice, and I only know this because I've been in that situation.
Yes,
You
sir.
hear a voice, and it asks you, "Are you ready yet?" And it's actually how you answer that question that dictates whether or not, the ether allows you to pass on.
Well, I'm not so sure about that because 3 years ago I was in that position and I was at total peace with it.
Oh, that doesn't mean that you answered the question correctly. That's the
Wow.
whole point. When I said you have to answer the question correctly, I meant for you particularly, you have to answer the question correctly. In your instance,
Understand.
I was asked when I was sitting there at, the crossroads, whatever you want to call it, that point in time between life and death.
Mm-hmm.
I was asked, "Are you ready yet?" And I said, "No, not yet." That's all I said. I wasn't like I wasn't at peace with it. It wasn't like I wasn't, okay, well, we can do this. I just said not yet because I realized that there were other people in my life that I still wanted to be part of,
Yes.
So,
Unfinished business, etc. Otherwise, are you ready to move on?
And
right.
but I kind of feel that because you are still here, there's a purpose for that.
Thus far,
I've
known in my life that there is no purpose to anything that we, in this world. Nothing. There's no purpose. The only purpose is to figure out the answer to the question for yourself. That's literally your only purpose in life.
Well, if there
are
was
you ready yet?
Purpose in your life, then the answer to that question has to be no, because you haven't accomplished anything, right?
Well, it all depends on what you consider success.
And that's what I was fixing to tell you, Guardsman. I've been watching some of your videos. I sat there for 2 hours watching you do the forging the sword. That was so interesting to me. I could not quit watching it.
This thing?
Yes. And so there you go. I mean, you may not realize it as a purpose, but for somebody out there, it is. You have had a lot of information that you have put up that you don't even realize because it's just a way of life for you. But for others who are not used to that way of life, they're going to learn something from it.
Well, that's why I put it in a video, because I figured, it's entertainment. Go, if you're bored, go pound steel.
No, but the whole process of it, the building the the way you had to build it a certain way, and that that rod that you were blowing on it with had to be done a certain way, and each step of it was just so interesting to me. I've never seen that done before.
Wow. Thank you. There's a lot of forging
Welcome.
videos out there on YouTube. I happen to have an expertise in it because my dad was a machinist and he knew his trade very, very well. He taught me how to smith.
My oldest boy wants me to build a forge and wants to learn to do it.
But see, I didn't even know what that was until I saw that video.
Back in the late 80s, one shop we had guards, we used to take the leaf springs off like boat trailers, the small ones, and make Bowie knives out of it. But I probably forgot more than I remember now. But
Well, have I ever showed you what some of the things that I made? I mean, I have to go get it now. Put it back away already. Here. Oh.
I saw when the fires were very close to your house, and I'm sitting there telling you in chat, get something wet and cover your face. And I'm telling you to wet down things outside, and you're doing it. And I'm like, well, of course you know what to do. Shut up, Bonnie.
Hey, it's kind of hard to tell a genius what to do. I mean, and before you go saying, "Oh well, don't be so self-centered," the reality is that I am a certified genius, so I can't get around it.
you probably have the same issue with me when you try to explain something to somebody and they look at you like you're stupid, or actually to me you are, and it's like, oh, I want to bite my tongue. I don't want to tell them what I think of them, but they feel free to tell me what they think of me. But
Right. Well, most of the time, a genius won't actually tell you what they think of you because they don't want to be
it's a waste of time.
singled out like that. And yes, it's a waste of time.
No, I do
So-
not doubt anybody's ability in
I made this knife for my little sister.
Yeah, a little toothpick. I like that.
cool.
This is what is called a shoe. It's a bushcrafting knife, and this happens to be one of the few examples I've ever seen, let alone the only one I've ever made.
That is awesome.
My grandpa had something like that he used when he whittled, but it was something he made. I can't remember out of what, but
My son made this for me as a gift, and I don't have the heart to use it. But
All right. Now show it these.
it's like a gun. Even if you get an antique, if you ain't shooting through it, it's not serving its purpose. But
that's the truth.
See, this knife, she liked it. She looked at it and she's like, this is, you made that. It's something special. I can't even wear it because I'm afraid I'll break it. I'm like, talking to my little sister, of course. I
Yes.
was like, you can't break this. That's how I made it. I literally made it so that it's thick enough I could pry a freaking leaf spring off a truck with it.
and that's
I mean,
what
it's
from what
not
I
a thin knife.
right. And from what I understand, as long as the I don't know what you call it, the other end of it goes all the way through the
tang.
handle. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, the tang. And yes, this has actually got a tang on it, just like all of my knives and swords and whatnot. It's got a tang on it that goes all the way to the end of the handle, but you can't see
Yes.
it because the tang is actually captive in here. It goes to about where my pinky is.
Did you burn it in?
No. As you can see, it's a two-piece handle.
All right, yeah, I see it
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, there's
Piece of
two
fur.
different pieces of wood.
Yeah.
My uncle did the woodwork on this, but I did all of the smithery. So
I can't remember who I was watching
That is
do it. You've
awesome.
probably seen it, but there's one guy there making these. It's almost like a Viking axe, but instead of having a hole where you put a handle through, they had a tang like this drove into the handle. I don't know if you've seen those where they'd heat them up and run the axe tang into a handle,
yeah,
like Norway or something.
there's a couple different designs out there. There's one that's the traditional tomahawk design where you just make the blade and then it comes down to a point and you push that point through the piece of wood. And then there's another type where it's got the blade and then it's got the little spike on the back end and then it comes down into a tang and comes back up into the blade. So I don't know which one you're talking about, but
I think it's the last one like you're talking about. And I think he said he was using locust wood because it wouldn't split as easy as a lot of the others.
yeah, locust is some pretty tough stuff. I mean, let me put it this way. I'm pretty sure y'all were privy to Mad Shad when he was doing the trial by axe where he gave this away.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. You got it.
Yep. Well, this is a piece of locust wood. Come to find out. And this is a piece of concrete.
Fits its purpose, it'd be effective.
Yeah, it would. It would do the job, but I'm kind of like, I'm on this level of, I could do so much better with a piece of steel.
Yeah. I've seen back when I used to hunt around the stuff in Ohio as a kid, a lot of them creek beds and offshoots of the valley over there, a lot of stuff, find old Indian areas. I found old slate made tomahawks and stuff. Crazy,
Yeah,
but
they used the stone ones. They made metal ones. Folks don't really know this, but Native American folks had steel before the Spanish even got here.
yeah.
They just used stone because stone was more prevalent.
Right.
Pretty much easier to work to chip something away than it is to try to heat it and beat it out.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And maybe it was a time frame thing too, where they just had to make something
Actually,
quick.
what it was is it's more ceremonial. Anytime that we're talking about things like growing crops or hunting, stone was used because it was considered more pure.
Part of the earth.
Yeah. When you had to take the steel and then you had to, form it into something, then it became something that was man-made entirely. Whereas the stone was still a stone when you chipped it into an arrowhead or you made it into a tomahawk.
Yeah.
So it was, if you were cultivating the earth, you used stone because it was more pure.
That makes sense.
Whereas if you were fighting if you were going out on a war band and a raiding band or something and, going to fight other human beings, you wanted something that wasn't going to chip and break. So you made a tomahawk out of steel for that.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's why to this day, I still get butthurt when people try to tell me, "Oh well, you know, Native Americans were a Stone Age people until the Spanish showed up." I'm like, God, you're dumb.
No. And truthfully, I think that's where we should be right now. I think that's the way we should be living, is more like the Native Americans were. Communities, tribe, they stuck together. Everyone took care of each other.
Okay, yeah, I understand where you're coming from with that. Instead of like, that we should actually be, living in the freaking, 100, 200 years ago kind of way that, in teepees and tents and shit. No, but in the sense of community and the sense of closer to nature. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, a whole lot of hands concept.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, look how much more you get done.
Hell, look at the Amish. You want a barn? They show up at
Yes.
daylight, and by dark, you got a barn.
Got a barn. Yep.
Might be 200 or 300 people show up, but
Right. And you got to feed them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But still, and but I mean that even lasted into the after the settlers got here and everything. That they would have a barn raising or whatever anybody needed. They would just the community got together and they built it.
Help do it. Absolutely.
Well, that's the thing. Most people don't know this about old time smithing, but when a knight or say like a noble or something would go and commission a sword or a suit of armor, they would go down to the smith's workshop, and they would sit there, and either if they were a noble, they would have a servant do it for them. But if they were just, like a low grade knight or something that, just they were basically knighted because they were going to go into battle or something, they would sit there and help the smith build their suit of armor and their sword and their axe and their all of it, And if they had a horse, they had to build the horse's armor too.
Yeah.
So, it's not just Native Americans that were, big into the whole community situation. The way that Smiths are portrayed in a lot of film, I think it's retarded because people, they think that Smiths only had their apprentice. Here's the thing. The apprentice, he was going and sourcing the metal. He was going and keeping the fire going. He was running around grabbing tools. He didn't have very much time on the anvil at all. When he finally got time on the anvil, it was because there was no business. And that's how he learned. When it comes down to it, he wasn't the other guy sitting there hammering. And that's what we've lost as far as nowadays. It's the art of smithery is passed down from master to apprentice instead of from master to the community, with the apprentice doing more in order to learn their craft and therefore being more willing to go and continue the craft.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of people who were Smith apprentice, and they did it for maybe 6 months and said, yeah, that's not for me.
Yeah, John, history's written by the conquerors.
I've been doing this for 12 years, and that's why I get the quality that I get.
That's awesome.
Matter of fact, that knife that I made for my sister, that was one of the knives that I made probably about like 4 or 5 years ago now. Yeah, one of the set of knives that I made. but it's stood the test of time. She beat the hell out of it before, she just left it sitting there.
Nice.
And honest to God, like, you look at this blade, I can tell that there's been some use on it, but it's really hard to tell if there's been any use on it. Let me try and get this in the light right. So you can kind of see that there's some scrapes on the side of the blade there from pulling it in and out of the leather. And it's really hard to see it. But if you look at the edge directly straight on, right at the tip, there's a little ding there.
Yeah.
That is actually from hammering it into a bolt.
Wow.
Yeah. I build some freaking amazing blades. Cutco ain't got shit on me.
Well, that's awesome.
See here, the last sword that I made, I literally gave it away. I should have never sold it for what I did. I sold it for about $500, and it was me taking a huge loss, because in all reality, it cost me more than that to make a sword.
Did you ever see that guy that's on my list that comes in my shows? He comes in here sometime. Now, BC Truck, BC Blades. You ever seen him?
Yeah.
He builds a bunch. He lives across the street from me. He builds all kind of knives over there.
Yeah, I just subbed to him too. I need to go through my subs. I have over 700, and I know I do not watch all of them. And hopefully filling them out will give me the notifications for the ones that I do want to watch. Because that's one thing, is getting notifications. It's like they're trying to separate us in the community from watching the people that we usually hang out with or like to watch.
Well, yeah, because they don't want you to stay stuck in one little spot. They want you to move around and see other things. But it's kind of counterintuitive, being that it's a social networking platform. You
Right.
social network with people that are like-minded. You don't social network with folks that are like, I don't play video games. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I do a little bit of comedy every now and then. I do parodies and stuff. So I like certain channels that, just so happens that they use video games in order to do their comedy.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
most people that crochet don't watch Metalcraft, do they?
Right.
Well, I do.
I mean, let me put it this way. I do Metalcraft, but this is not the be all and end all of my channel. My channel is based off of survival, prepping, air gunning, militia activity, being a staunch patriot, things like that. I mean, it's based off of who I am. See, I came to YouTube back in the early 2000s, back when it was, the slogan for YouTube was, show us who you are. Welcome to YouTube. Let's see who you are.
Yeah.
You know,
Get away with pretty much anything except just blatant bullshit. But
And I,
yeah, there was literally pornography on YouTube back when I got on there.
oh my goodness. So I never even looked at YouTube until about 3 years ago. And but that logo that you said they were using, I would instantly think face recognition. Nope.
hell, they had my homepage for YouTube the other day had naked yoga on it. I didn't even know they allowed that.
Wow.
Sounds uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Hey, anyway, supper's calling here. I'm going to run off. Bonnie, I do appreciate the
Aw.
invite.
Well,
Let's
thank
see
you
it,
for
Tom.
coming
Good seeing you,
on.
bro.
really good to see everybody in chat too. So you all have a great night.
You
Resist.
too. Yes. You take care.
So that's interesting, though. Naked yoga. Yeah, like I said, when I got onto YouTube the first time, I was under the name Bulletproof Roofer. And I actually helped to, in a sense, because I wasn't one of the programmers. I was one of the input folks, the guys that did the surveys that took for freaking ever.
Oh.
Yeah, I was one of the ones who did the surveys, and so I attribute the comment section to that because they actually asked a lot of people, you know, what would you like to see in YouTube and this and that, and I said, well, place for feedback is nice, you know.
Yeah.
Having really no constraints on what you can say or what you could put up there was a big thing for me.
Yes.
Of course, that kind of didn't really go over well.
Yep.
There were too many parents that got involved.
Mm.
And the reason why I say there were too many parents that got involved, my mom was one of them. I attribute people like my mom to being the reason why gun tubers are being attacked.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if many of y'all remember. A lot of people remember. I was on prepping, but way back. But hell, up to like 2 years, year and a half, 2 years ago, I was monkey bone. I don't. A lot of people remember that through prepping, but I can't remember when I started hanging around YouTube. Probably 2006, 2008, 2009, whenever it was early. But I like get in, I'd go watch stuff, but I never did get involved in anything. I might comment, but not during a live, only in the comments.
That's where I know. That's where I've seen that before. I think I've seen you in the comments before, brother.
Yeah, I've been around a while. Prepping 101 even remembered me. Ron remembered me.
I was Guardsman back in. I started the Guardsman channel back in 2011. Before that, I was the Bulletproof Roofer.
Wow.
I was always watching people tinker with motorcycles, tinker with trucks, but then I get into watching guns. Then I started watching Hickok 45 and then I watched cook, and I have even watched crochet and shit. The weird stuff I was watching them crochet was like crocheting leather to make like motorcycle seats and shit. And I'm like, that looks complicated.
That sounds challenging.
Me, it's basically weaving leather, but they called it leather crochet or something that, or I ain't seen none of that in a while now, but probably because it's hard.
And that's, I had thought about looking up macrame too, because of the survival channels, and they're talking about putting up a quick tent or hiding up in the trees or whatever. And so I'm thinking macrame with a tarp and instant hammock or something like that. I don't know. It was just trying to figure out other ways to do things that. And then I saw the ladders for the hunting, and there's a lot of interesting stuff. I want to learn it all. I can't. My little brain's not absorbing all of this quick enough. But
You want to see what the most comfortable seat cover for a motorcycle I've ever ridden on was?
what's that?
Towel.
It's a towel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally the most comfortable seat I've ever ridden on. I
One layer.
redid the seat on my quad with a towel, and ever since then, it's just like I'd rather ride the quad.
The old Springer Harley seats. Remember those? One dish rag makes a difference when you're sitting on that hard damn thing.
Oh yeah, man, damn! My butt didn't hurt before you said that.
Makes your tailbone act up, don't it? All the way to the back of your neck.
Oh yeah, jeez, ow! Like riding a freaking robber bobber or something.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, them old bobbers, they had fender seat. Remember, it was made to the fender and it's just a piece of iron you sit on. Yeah, I'm like, you don't ever want to have kids.
That's that moment in time where you go, you know, I would ride this bike if I wanted hemorrhoids.
If you're riding a rigid bobber on that fender seat, yeah, you ain't got to worry about them. They'll be up around your ears somewhere.
Well, even this bike I'm on in my Icon, the seat's not as comfortable as you would think with that kind of a bike.
No, it's not. Those Naugahyde seats are not comfortable.
But even my car, for some reason, the driver's seat, maybe it's broke in better or something. Because I bought it used. And so when I test drove it, I was like, yeah, this is great. Okay. But now that I'm in the passenger seat more, they won't give me my driver's license. It's hard as a rock. I have this gel cushion in it and take pillows with me, whatever. Because if you go on a long trip, it's rough.
Yeah, imagine having to ride a motorcycle from Los Angeles, California to Ogden, Utah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I did that in the winter.
You were a knuckle dragger when you got off of it, weren't you?
No, but they needed a bucket of hot water and a spatula. I rode a 1970 CB754 from Los Angeles, California to Ogden, Utah in the dead middle of winter.
Did you lay down across the tank a lot and keep your profile low, basically to keep more wind off of you?
Oh, I did. I actually did a Superman, 140 mile an hour Superman going up the 15 for about 60 miles.
Wow.
If you're wearing a helmet, it'd pretty much break all the wind. But
that's about the only saving grace I had. That took the windshield and all the plastics off the bike so that it wouldn't get damaged. Because 1970 CB754.
Yeah,
those plastics are worth more than
fucking head jugged off of it. Yeah, and being that cold, that shit's brittle as hell. It wouldn't take much a snowflake to hit that plastic and it explodes.
Yeah.
Well, being that most of the plastics are made of fiberglass, yeah.
John Dunning, that's funny that you say that because I think a horse saddle is more comfortable than a lot of those.
It's because you got more acreage under your ass than you do on most motorcycles.
Maybe that's it. More acreage.
Yeah, I would have loved to have a horse saddle on that because, honest to God, I went and I rode into Harmony in Utah. That's where I stopped at when, after that 140 mile an hour Superman, which, by the way, anybody who doesn't know what that terminology is, that's when you lay down on your motorcycle and you put your feet straight out behind you. and you just hang on to the handlebars for dear life and go for it.
Yeah,
Oh my
right.
goodness.
Feet sticking out, hands on the handlebars. That's the only thing's touching your chest, your belly, your crotch, and that's about it.
Yep. I went into that gas station in Little Harmony, and I bought almost every single hand warmer they had, and I was shoving them in my pockets, and I was shoving them in my gloves, one in my helmet.
Oh my goodness.
When you do that, you do get a little bit of engine heat that away, but the upgrade.
See what John said.
Oh man. Yeah, them June bugs, man. It's like getting hit by a rifle bullet when you're. I mean, I says that, mind you, I'm not BSing. I had my bike's still sitting out here in my front driveway. I haven't been able to ride it because I haven't been able to work on it. But yeah, I still got it. And oh, anybody know what a mom is?
Me?
Wrong kind of mom there, Bonnie.
I'm not sure, so I'm not going to answer. I'm thinking, but
That's the only one I know.
This is a mom. Let's see if I can get that out of the. Yeah. There we go.
On full screen because I can't see what you're.
master manual on it.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Shop manual. Motorcycle operator's manual.
Oh,
Mom.
okay.
I was close to a master manual.
You know what's funny is this book is actually worth more than the bike. The bike's worth $20,000.
It's the first thing they lose. Probably gets wet, left out.
Hence why it's in the plastic bag. Got my registration in there. I got the freaking standard owner's manual. And yeah, I got the shop manual in there too.
Yeah, I got all that stuff for a 67 to 69 C10. The parts break down and everything. It goes down to each bolt and all that. And that's like one guy goes, "You still got them books?" I said, "Which one?" I said, "The big one or the little one?" I got one in there. It was like a Los Angeles phone book. It's probably 3 inches thick, but that's what washer, what grommet. Okay. It's got it all in it, but that's when I was going to rebuild one. And then we moved out here and I sold my truck.
Parts numbers and references. And
yeah. Gives you diameters for a lot of that stuff that you can't get no more. So I guess you can either drill them out or cut them down or.
Yeah, this, oh. This particular manual, like I said, is worth more than the bike.
Is worth more than the bike?
Yeah. First thing's usually lost.
This is an original 1970 book. It was printed in 1969.
Wow.
So yeah, this book is as old as the bike. And honestly, it's worth more than the bike. If you were to sit there and go to a whatchamacallit, a museum or something, if you've got this, they'd rather have this than the bike. This thing's worth so much, I'm afraid to actually flip through it.
Yep. Well, that makes sense. The documentation would be. You wouldn't have the bike without that.
No, this right here, you can get these, no problem. These little
motorcycle owner's manual for the CB750.
Yeah.
And it's just, you can buy these off of eBay. I can get them right now. I can get a new one right now. This book isn't worth much. It's maybe $150 on eBay. That's what my bike looks like right there.
Oh, cool.
It just doesn't have the twin exhaust on it. It's got the custom pulse pipes on it. But everything else is original.
Grounds cover your scent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So does smoke. Indians hunt that way. Y'all probably heard that. Indians hunt that way by standing around smoke. Smoke covers up your human scent.
Yep, that's actually one of the reasons why I was a very effective hunter when I lived down in Blythe. Most folks, they'd go and they buy that carbon neutral or something, carbon forest or something.
Here's one of them.
I didn't know coffee beans could do it too.
Let me see. Wait.
Yeah, coffee beans.
The side.
Yeah, there you go.
That's old. It's got old water stains. Still got the plastic on it. One dude asked me what I would take for it. I'm like, nothing. I don't want to get rid of it. Here's another one. Here's another old one. I want to say this book is that one's from 72, and this one's, I think, 72 or 74.
So I took my bike in one day to go and get it serviced. And the feller who was the mechanic there said, he actually asked me, how much do I want for my manual? And I said, your firstborn.
Yeah. So this will tell you what I can reference about them trucks. But I got to get another one. I got to have me. I'm either going to get me a basket case, either Indian or Harley to do, or I'm going to get me another old C10.
Yeah.
I don't care if I only feel like turning one bolt a day. That's something I could do.
Well, anyhow, there's yours. I was actually getting ready to go to sleep when, I was signing off there. So I thought I'd come up and explain a few things. And
I appreciate it.
So, yeah, anyway, thanks for having me. I'm going to go ahead and
Good seeing you again, man.
Yeah, it was good to see you, Guardsman. You take care.
Same there.
Or me when I'm on, I'll start. I watch out for you, but I hardly ever see you.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go live sometime soon here. Probably I don't know, Friday, Saturday, something like that. Today's Friday, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I used to like doing it, being regular, and just got out of it. Too much drama.
Yeah. I used to be. Oh, come on. Freaking computer. It doesn't want to do for me when it needs to. Anyways, yeah, thanks for having me. I'm a little bit. I'm hard.
You look like you're tired.
I'm trying to stay awake so I'm not being a boredom for your viewers and whatnot. But yeah, I'm real tired.
You're good.
I'll try and do another Freedom Forum or Freedom Forge or something like that in the near future here.
All right,
Good
we'll be looking for it.
And in the daytime this time, because I know y'all like me, got the flippy, spinny kind of sleep schedule. So yeah.
I think.
What is this sleep schedule thing you speak of?
Yeah. I think we're all in
non-circadian sleep disorder is what I speak of.
Yeah, mine is. As long as it's dark, I'm awake usually.
My problem is if it's spring, summer, or the dead middle of winter, I'm awake at night. But sometimes if I have to go and deal with stuff during the day, it flips my schedule. So it'll turn it around so that I'm awake in the daytime during those points of the year. But the other part of the year, I'm awake at night.
If I don't watch it, I get stuck in them 32-hour days or 36-hour days.
Yeah, same here, which is why I really kind of need to go to bed. So
Take it easy, but
You take
all
care.
right.
Thank you.
Good night, yo.
Good night. That
damn,
was
Josh
cool.
might have fell asleep.
Yeah, you might have. Well, I know last night I was like, okay, I'm going to get my sleep schedule back. Like the latest I used to go to sleep was 2. Well, so I'm sitting there, my eyes are like closing at 4, and I'm all, okay, lay down, do everything to get ready for bed, lay down. I was still awake till 5. It for some reason it has been 5 o'clock for all of December. And
I find
usually,
it easy to slip back into that staying up till whatever time it gets daylight.
yeah, and but usually I can still get my 7 hours because I have to have 7 hours. I don't know what's up with that. It is what it is. But this morning, my phone was ringing off the hook at 9 something, like several different people, and I was like, ah, and I tried to go back to sleep, and I absolutely could not. And then at about 4, crash.
After I talked to you last night, I got over and hopped around and started dozing off. Then I was up, dozed off, then I was up. Then finally I ended up getting 4 or 5 hours, but I got up at 8 around-ish to get ready to take him to be over there at 10:30. We left here at a little after 9 and got back here. Vicky was up, so she ended up doing stuff with me. And next thing you know, I'm like, damn, what time is this? 2:30, and Wyatt's calling, and he called not long after, ready to come get us. I'm like, where'd them 4 hours go?
Yeah.
And then we got him and run around, did some other stuff, and come back here, and she put it on a movie, and I was like, damn, it's 7 o'clock, 7:30, whatever, what time it was I was talking to you. And like, shit, where'd the day go?
Yep. And that's what it feels like when that happens. It's, no.
It's kind of like when you're waiting for something you want, it takes forever, but you get to doing what you want to do, and it's like, hell, I just got here, and it's time to go home.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's, I had an appointment at 2, and so I had set an alarm for noon, but didn't need it.
Yeah, you set up and allow your drive time, how long you figure, and I always add like 15 minutes to it, so I got that extra little in case of traffic or whatever.
Yes, a wreck. Man, I tell you, it, I don't know if you know what 281 is, but if you get near 281, it is crazy now. It is like 35 in Austin.
Are they doing any road work where they got a lane blocked or anything? They're doing a lot of that here on 20.
Yes.
So that brings everybody off Interstate 20 on Highway 80 that runs along 20, the old highway before the interstate was brought in. So they skirt the interstate to get on Highway 80 And then you get all these people at 65, and instead of doing 65, 70 like most people would do, they want to get off the interstate and then drive 40, I guess, because they don't know where they're at.
Yep.
Which they could stay on the interstate and go 40 and not be in the way.
Yeah. And it used to be that if we were traveling anywhere north, I would go on 281 because there was like no traffic. It was mostly a 2-lane highway. And now, because it's become the new 35, I guess. Well, and 380 got that way too in Austin. 360, whatever it is. I can't remember what the highway number is. And so now they're trying to make it more lanes, and so there's always construction, and it's been 4 lanes and a bunch of stoplights, like San Antonio north, probably 40 miles. You're going to keep hitting stoplights, and so it takes you forever to get anywhere doing that. And I love the back roads, but now they're talking about making it a 6-lane, and that's just going to make it all kinds of crazy. There's a old dance hall that they're trying to save, that if they did it 6 lanes, they would destroy that dance hall.
Yeah, because they're going to go up in people's easements into their yards and property. And
yes. And another thing is, that's where they put that pipeline. I don't know if you can put a highway on top of a pipeline. Can you do that?
I don't know, maybe you can cross it. They might have to bridge it or something. But did you mean follow it or cross over it?
Follow it. It would be like on top of it all the way.
I don't know how well that'd work out.
Yeah. And they've already had issues with that pipeline, with it leaking into the waterways. It's just a mess here. I don't know who does. Well, yeah, I do. TxDOT. But I don't know who makes those decisions with because I know we have this one intersection. It's 281, 290 going to Austin. There has been so many deaths there because the stop sign is as big as a 72-inch TV or something, or bigger. It's huge. It just kept getting bigger and bigger because people wouldn't stop at that stop sign, and they still won't. And they refuse to put a stoplight there. I don't even know if they'd stop then, though. And so if you were driving behind me at that intersection, you'd get mad because you come over a hill and the speed limit's 70, but I slow down to about 40 real quick because they are going to pull out in front of you, and it doesn't matter who you are, what you're driving, they're going to pull out in front of you.
And won't be going fast about it. They hurry up and get out in front of you and then drag their feet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They'll creep across like, is it going to be okay? No, it's not.
I think a lot of them doing it hoping somebody hits them so they can get money out of it.
I don't know. Well, there's usually not a survivor to get money. I can't see the logic in that either. It's just a really bad day or night. It doesn't matter. I used to have to drive that way to get my girls to school in another county, and coming back in the mornings, broad daylight, and this white truck, it never failed, was right there when I was coming down that hill. And there's no way you can stop in time when you're going 70 and a car pulls out in front of you like that.
No.
There's no way. And that's why I slow down so much, because I know they're going to do it. They pull up to that stop sign and then they just keep rolling. And it's like,
Well, they got bad about doing it here. A lot of them do that. They're in water trucks, so they'll cut it right out in front of you. Like, I'm bigger than you. You either stop or die.
yeah. Yeah, there's been buses, trucks with travel trailers. And then coming from Austin onto 281, there's a huge curve right there. And they don't slow down for that curve. And there's this house over there. We've been pretty close to that house several times too. They just flip whenever they don't slow down at that curve.
Josh, you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive. I was talking to Dave about cat.
We thought you might have fallen asleep.
Probably too. But then I woke up.
Oh, wow. Is that his grandson? It has to be 76. He'd be 40. Something. Attorney serving as the commissioner of the Texas General Land Office. Why do we have a land office?
Yeah, he's one of the grandsons of one of them.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
He's old enough to be Junior's grandson, so
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, put him being 46, and I think Senior would be in his 90s now, and I think W is what, 70s?
Probably.
Hell, it could be a great grandson to W. I don't know what kind of kids he's got. So.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, I never really kept up with them. No, I was a little shocked that they were how they are, because they're Texas. It's just a thing. In Texas, you expect everybody to be the same way, and no, they're not. Well, and I mean, I know a lot of people who knew LBJ too, and it's not good stories.
Yeah, like Ladybird stuff. You get around Caddo, a lot of them old timers out there talking around Caddo Lake, talking about Ladybird and their old man and the way they were and the weird things out there on their property.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I never heard any of the stories about Ladybird, except for it was. The only thing I was told about that is she was the one that had the money because of the shipping company and
Yeah, look up, dude. Next time you get bored, look up Ladybird Johnson and Caddo Lake, and I think it's Uncertain, Texas, is where they were. I think.
I will look that up. Ladybird Pluto. I knew she grew up in East Texas because her daughter Lucy was telling me that because it wasn't very far from where my grandmother grew up, and
I think they had a plantation out there on the lake or around close enough to it.
yeah, I don't know, but she was like, "See, we could be related," and I was all, I don't know if that'd be a good thing. I didn't say that to her, but she was very approachable. Lucy was. Linda was a little more reserved, but Lucy's grandkids and my kids would run around playing together when they do the tree lighting, and Ladybird was always, I have pictures of her with the girls. She would pick them up and hold them when they were little bitty, and she always made a point to go and talk to them whenever she saw them. I have a picture of Air Force One from the ranch, and I was wondering if that's the one that the picture was taken in when JFK was assassinated.
God.
There's no way, is there? Could it be the same plane? Chuck, did you run off and leave me?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. You think it could be the same one?
Could be.
I don't know. I don't know if they retire. I don't know what they do with them whenever they quit using them. But there's a plane out there. They all climbed up in it and toured inside of it, looked at it, and he's got a car out there that go down this road and it goes to the river, and he would, when the dignitaries would come and visit him, especially the foreign ones, it was always a joke with him to drive that car into the river because it floats too. Somehow it's old. See, Bruce.
Hey,
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 bro.
hey, Chuck. Hey, Josh.
Hey.
Bonnie,
Yes.
does that picture of Air Force One, are you able to see the tail number on the plane in the picture?
I think so.
Okay, look at it and
Let
then
me look.
find you some documentaries on when he was in Dallas and see if you can find the tail number on that Air Force One in the documentaries or whatever biographies. And if it's the
Oh,
same,
okay.
that's the one that he was saying.
That's how you would know by the tail number.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it should be a 727, I think is what it was. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to that.
But if you can make out the tail number on that, it should be 2,000 or 20,000 or something like that is part of the tail number. That's what it begins with, is a 200 something. I'm not sure how many numbers or letters are behind it, but that's how it starts out.
Hmm.
But that way you can tell if it was the same thing or not, for the most part, unless they modded it or something after the calamity took place.
When that's And I always thought Lady Bird was good because she did the wildflowers and and she's got the gardens in Austin. the wildflower. What's it called? I can't remember. And she did the. She had a lot to do with the education. She's the one who started the Head Starts. Of course, I think it all went under LBJ as his projects, but I was told she was the one who initiated all that.
Yeah, I'm not saying I know she was bad or nothing. I'm just saying the way they talk, some of the old time.
Well, and I mean, if he was into crooked things and she knew about it, it's pretty much a joint thing usually.
I can't remember if it was that her they were talking about or what, but something to do with like voodoo, witchcraft kind of stuff, and old like New Orleans stuff. And I don't know if that come from LBJ
Oh,
or that end. So
oh, wow.
All these dumb people with these weird names.
Always what? John, are they up to something? Oh, connection maybe. Hmm. Thank you, John.
YouTube. Video player. Heading. Selected. Newest. Button. Voiceover off.
What's that? Which one of y'all had that?
People always comment on my videos and I don't know who the hell they are.
Hmm. Well, you don't have to know them, John.
No, it's just these people with these long names and I don't know who they are. I wish there was a way to block the people that I didn't know.
Well, be careful because if it has like a link thing in it somewhere, it's a bot.
I wish I could just delete them.
You can. If you hover to the right of the comment, the three little dots will come up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because there's people leaving comments that I don't know who they are.
Are they bad comments?
No, they're just real comments. Comments that don't make any sense.
Oh, yeah, delete those.
yeah, it's probably some foreign country with their BS.
Yeah. A lot of times when I shut down, um, well, I haven't, you know, I was talking about that the other day. I'm probably going to jinx us. But have you noticed the not as many as there used to be?
Yeah, until a certain topic or something happens, and they'll boom, they're back.
Oh, okay. But when I shut down, then in the public comments right away there'll be one, and it's some foreign. You can tell it's foreign, and I immediately delete it.
Yeah, we got new rules on or some new things that they've done, so I think that affects too how they work or
Hmm.
The other day I brought up ALGO, and next thing I know, they popped in.
ALGO.
The algo.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking
I said the whole word, and it wasn't 20 seconds. Like, here you go.
about. Yeah. Isn't that something? Well, John is on it.
If you're gonna play Prime and make up a boot name, leave a decent comment like, hey, I don't know, nice stream or nice microphone or nice camera. Don't put all kind of random crap on in the comment that people don't understand.
Hell, at least they could say I like peanut butter or something, huh?
Cause then I just have to go back in and remove it anyway. So like, it's a way for your time to sit there and just type random crap. I don't know.
I don't know either, Josh.
I guess
Welcome to YouTube.
it comes with the territory.
Yes, it does. It, it's been a learning experience for me. But you just take it with a grain of salt and go on. It's not, can't take it all personal either. Make you crazy.
No thinking complaining about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking in the marketplace over here. Somebody brought up, I think it was Carl was talking about cold handled skillets or something like that the other day.
Uh-huh.
Somebody's selling 3 of them. That's those old. They're iron skillets, but they're not cast iron, or they're kind of cast iron-ish, but they had their.
You turned.
Huh?
I said, you turned.
Remember
Say
the
that.
old, real long handled? They're iron skillets, but I don't think they're cast iron. And
Yeah.
they have those old, real long handles on them.
And they were wooden. Were they wooden handles?
They were metal handles, and they had an insert in them. I want to say it was a different kind of metal, and they called them cold handled skillets or something like that. Or let's see.
Oh, okay.
Hell, I could show you the picture of it. Let me find a good picture.
Okay. Yeah, because the ones I remember, they were wooden handled. But the skillet.
Here, I'll send it where you can put it up here. If Carl's still out there, he can look at it. I don't know if he was looking for them or if he was just referring to them.
I think he was talking about how expensive they were. Worth a lot of money or something.
Yeah, they got this. There are 3 or 4 of them. They want $150 for them.
Oh, okay. I've seen those.
Let me see if I can flip the pictures and you can see the other ones if it'll let you. Did it change?
Yeah. Cool. Huh.
And then there's all of them together.
150 for all 3.
Yeah, that middle one almost looks like a chicken fryer, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dad,
Hey,
your cat wants in here.
well, let him in.
Hey, there's my Instapot.
Yeah, somebody's selling it. I think they want $20 for it. Yep.
Dang. That's pretty good.
And we were over in Longview yesterday. I should have seen it then and then grab it because it's been in there a week. It's probably gone already. But I either need one of them or a crock pot. You said I could do more with that than a crock pot. So
Yeah, well, I just like it better than the crock pot. Well, it does the pressure too, so it cooks faster than a crock pot would. Um, but you can make it a crock pot or a pressure cooker, either one.
Yeah, I was trying to find something I'd show you. I was looking at it a minute ago when you were talking. You thought I fell asleep. See, it's an old truck I found in here.
I saw a song um, talking about some really old vehicles in the middle of a field somewhere. Song of the South.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I'd like to find them. This is old 64. It ain't even got wheels on it, but I was just looking at the body condition.
Oh wow.
I would take it and do something with it. Old small window, fleet side bed. I
Hmm.
want a 67, but people in jail want out.
Looks like it was in a fire, don't it?
Yeah, I think it's just rust from being sitting out there. I noticed one thing. Look at the front of it. It says they got the little thing on the front bumper. Remember the old KC highlighter back in the 70s? All the pickups that have on them that them
Uh-huh.
lights light up out in the field with.
Yeah.
That's something you don't see anymore. It tells it's been sitting there a while. We've got still got the boot covering it.
Yeah.
It
Seems
don't
like
look like fire damage. It looks like it's just been sitting there.
oh, okay.
Says no rust. It's got one dent right here on this side, but I need an old project, something to piddle with.
It says no rust.
Yeah, that's what he said. Let's see. Uh, for parts only, not rusted out. Well, no, well, not rusted out.
Mm.
That old trucks there. I don't know if you remember them. They used to have wood in the beds of them instead of being metal bed bottoms.
Yeah.
I'm bored. Everybody talking about trucks.
John, did you get a manual with it?
I don't know if I have one. I got the ones from 67 to 72.
No, I'm sorry, Chuck. I was asking.
Oh,
John
sorry.
said he got an Instapot. He has no clue how to use the pressure part. A lot of it, though, even with the manual, if I'm going to make something, I'll YouTube it because then they have recipes and stuff with it too. And um, these are people that have used them. And because
Hey,
sometimes
if
you
it's
have,
dangerous, you don't want VCR instructions on.
right? Well, and sometimes longer time than they say or shorter. You just have to kind of work with it. Um, that roast that we made yesterday, I added 15 minutes to it, and it was then it was where you could just shred it with a fork, and because the last one we did wasn't quite that tender and hoping food will show up instantly. Yep, that'd be nice. I love it during the winter though. You can just throw everything in there. You can put frozen stuff. You can put like if you're gonna do steaks or a roast or whatever, it's got a saute, and you put it on saute and sear the outsides of it, and then start it cooking. You can bring it to a boil and then turn it down and set it at whatever. Yeah, they're pretty neat. I can't even remember how I ended up getting one. So I've had it for a while. If I'm gonna do beans, I just put them in the pot that comes in the Instapot. It's removable, stainless steel pot, and put water over them. Let them soak overnight, and then those don't take no time to cook. Add your bacon and onions and jalapenos or whatever you put in your beans. The rice in the Instapot is a little. I haven't gotten that down yet. Well, y'all three are just too quiet.
I'm watching this election going on in the Senate. It's getting close.
Ah,
McCarthy 215, Jeffrey still 11-5. And there'll be some more voting here pretty quick since they didn't verbally go up front and do it.
so who got less votes this time?
216 for McCarthy.
Oh, okay. But I did see someone say he only needed one vote, and I was like,
Yeah. He said he's just put a banner on the bottom on C-SPAN. Already got it.
And Barry said he got it.
Yep. That's what the banner says anyway, but the vote count's only setting at 216.
Yeah, that's what she's saying too. Did they have two that were not there, and they did?
Okay.
No, they can't do that.
Do y'all know if anybody hit that Mega Millions tonight? I'm thinking it was up to 900 and something, almost $1 billion again.
Well, somebody here in Kansas got what was it? I forget what it was. It was 90 million or something like that, and they took the lump sum for 46.
Yeah, they got one here. It's the Mega Millions, kind of like the Powerball. And I seen yesterday or this morning it was up to almost $1 billion, 980 million or some shit.
Yeah. If I come across that, I'd be more dangerous than a psychopath if I had that.
Oh, I would make a whole bunch of people happy.
Yeah, I'd get a lump sum and make a lot of people happy. I told Vicky I'd probably spend 20, 30 million of it just on land.
Well, you'd find out who.
If I have all that money.
And that's just it. Not the ones that ask.
There'd be people wanting to mooch and everything else because I've known you for 40 years. How about helping me out?
Yep.
I pay off my phone bill.
Yeah, I'd say, okay, meet me up here at the grocery store. I'll buy all the groceries you can put in 2 buggies.
Yep.
I pay off my phone.
Pay off your phone.
I told Vicky a while back, I said, if we ever hit that, I said, everybody we know, I'm going to call them, ask them to borrow $20. And if any of them's funny about it, some say, well, I don't really need the money. I just hit the lottery and I was going to see how you'd act. And anybody said they'd give me some money, I'd pay all their stuff off, and give them enough that they can be comfortable.
Bingo.
But they're like, hell no, I ain't giving you no damn money, you mooch. And they go, all right, you never hear nothing out of me again, except the fact I hid it.
And anyone who's ever helped me that's still around,
Yep.
because there's been times.
Everybody needs a hand up
Yeah.
at a time, sometime anyway.
Even when you're strapped, you still do it like I'm doing. And for a friend of mine up about 30 miles north of me, he's told Bonnie about it the other day. He's 81 and lost protein in his muscles and all that. And I had a van and a wheelchair where they could get him somewhere and all of that. So that's what I'm doing. Since my wife passed away, that was her setup when she was alive, to haul her around, and I ain't using it or anything, and they need it. And I've known him 50 years, so he's like family to me and
Yep.
everything. And they appreciate what I'm doing. We're all in the same boat financial wise, but you do what you got to do, and the right thing is what you do.
Yeah. And that's awesome. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, that's the way it always has to be for have a decent society, but people just don't understand that these days. It's all about me, 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 me.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat, so everybody in that boat needs to either be paddling, bailing water, or looking for alligators.
Yep.
Or pinging them.
Yep.
There's always something to do. Yeah, when I needed a wheelchair, I put it on Facebook if anyone had one that I could borrow. And there's a church here that they have wheelchairs, walkers, all kinds of things, whatever you may need in that way. That they just
I had Mama's wheelchair here, Bonnie, when she passed, and I had the tickets where she only had it like a year, if that. And she went to the doctor maybe half a dozen times.
Yeah.
But I had the receipts and all that stuff where it was like $48,000. And I run an ad on place for a while. This old couple come to see it. The husband wanted it, and I told them what I wanted. And they showed up with $13,000, and I said no, that was $1,300. Well, she handed me the money, and I just took the envelope and stuck it in my pocket. And after we got it loaded up, I opened up and looked. I thought maybe it was 10s, 20s, and stuff. They looked like an older couple, and they looked like they didn't have a lot. And I got to look. She goes, "You didn't look at the money yet to make sure it's right." She goes, "I don't want to get away and you find out that I didn't pay you." And I opened it up, and I'm like, "Man, there's a lot too much money in here." She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "I wanted $1,300. Looks like there's several thousand in here. I haven't counted what it is." She goes, "Yeah, that's $13,000." She goes, "It's at least worth that." She goes, "You gave me the thing. I looked it up and called around, and we would pay well over $20,000 for it without all the stuff you got." She goes, "I could tell it's not been used." I'm like, "Ma'am, I put it in there for $1,300. She goes, "We don't need the money. We got plenty of money. The money ain't an issue." I'm like, "Yeah, but my issue is I put it out there. I had it for what it was close to being maybe worth, and nobody wanted it." She goes, "Well, I'm giving it to you now." I said, "No, ma'am, I can't take that. I had it for $1,300, and that's what all I'm going to take for it."
Yeah.
And she hugged me, and she goes, "You're doing yourself wrong in this deal." She goes, "Like I said, we don't need that money."
Oh, goodness.
Was it a full multi-function wheelchair,
Yeah,
Jeff?
it picked up, laid back, the legs kicked up.
Yeah, I've got one of those where it's an older version of it. When my wife was alive, I gave $800 for it with new batteries in it. But to price it now, it's probably at least that on what you were asking for it or more. And I've still got that one. The one that I gave my friends up there was just a generic electric wheelchair, 4-wheel.
Yeah, Mom, I looked it up on the website, just the bottom part of it from the seat controls up.
Yeah.
Just the wheels, motor, and battery without the little stick shift joystick or the tube or any of that.
Yeah.
That bottom part's 25,000 now.
Oh,
I
This
can't
one
believe that.
years ago.
The one,
anything that's got medical on it, Bonnie, they're going to rape you.
but the one my mother just bought was $2,000, and it doesn't do all that. I mean, you can't lay down in it, but um,
She had her. I don't know if I gave it to them or not, but she had an attachment you could plug in and unplug the little joystick, and you can hook
yeah,
this arm up to one of the armrests. And there's a little straw thing they put in their mouth where they, I guess, blow in and out or whatever to do whatever it does by using the stick.
oh yeah,
You know, the one I got's got a joystick in the back, so like if you got to wheel the person that's in the chair, they don't have to try to drive it. You can drive it for them, is what mine does, which is super nice.
Yeah,
yeah,
make it easy on you. Otherwise, you got to take it out of gear and try to push them.
Or walk beside them and drive it that way. I've done that with the cheaper one that I had. But I was just on cloud nine when this one had the joystick in the back. You just push a button and you take control from the one up front there and just walk behind them, and you just maneuver like they would. Only they're there just for the ride and to enjoy, and that's what I've done a lot with my wife would fly.
yeah. I don't think my mom's does that, and she's
Yeah,
got a lift. It's on the back of the truck, so the lift goes down to the ground, and you ride it up on it, and then get off and push a button, and the lift will lift it up.
yeah,
And
she
she
had
has
that.
that.
And then she had that.
I'm sorry.
You could drive it in and out either side. Now, like you're talking about, it was, but instead of
Yeah.
being a truck, it was a van, and that fucking van was stupid price. She bought it 2 years old and paid crazy money for it.
Oh my goodness.
She only owed like $3,000 or $4,000, and I ran it on her. Somebody wanted to come get it, just pay the payoff. They wouldn't do nothing with it, so I told them come get it.
Yeah. Well,
He died
this
in 2018. It was like a 2016 model.
this is the first time my mom has had one that has been outside of the vehicle, because she had bought a Toyota Sequoia. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
So she had the lift put inside of it in the back, and somehow you get it up in there. She's got a scooter in her garage that she had bought, a two-seated, so that they could both ride it. And then he never did. I don't know what happened with the two-seater. I think it was too big to get into the doctor's offices or something. And then she got this wheelchair. Yes, Tom, that's what we heard. I thought you would be asleep. Miss it. Uh,
oh God, McCarthy.
yeah. But
Took them 15 votes, rounds of votes to get it done, though.
see, and that's, I don't know that, I think that's something we need to check into. 216, because they kept saying it had to be 218, but they said five let him have it by voting. I'm thinking that's absent.
Present. They didn't vote for either one. It's just they were there and everything. And then, no, I didn't know two people left or anything. I didn't know what that was because I had it everything while they were voting and listening to you guys,
Yeah, yeah.
everything. So
That's
I'm not sure.
earlier
I'm
when
not
I
sure
was,
what the rules are.
yeah, I'm not either. Earlier when I was watching, but that's what makes me think that's not right, because when I was watching it earlier, there was about five of them that she called out their name and they didn't say anything. And
Yeah,
so then after the vote, she said, the five that did not vote yet, you can come to the front and vote.
yeah.
And then it still seems like somebody was missing, and so um, it took a while for that one to show the tally, the correct.
Yeah. But no, I'm with you, Bonnie. To me, 218 in person would be the one that be the correct way to do it. It ain't like in the beginning of all of this, they didn't have all this technology, but that's beside the point. It still has to be the old fashioned way, old school, to do something like this. In my eyes, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and that's what Tom said. It had to be a majority of votes cast.
But I'm just wondering if the total head count was dropped by two to get to the 216 majority that was present. It's just like any business meeting, they do a head count, and then to have a majority vote, they take that with the percentage of who's present, and that's what the majority is. So you got 300 people, about 200 show up. You're just counting votes off of 200 people. The rest of them got to live with it that didn't come to the meeting.
Yeah, and I don't know if y'all saw it. I found this kind of odd. Um, Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday night. Uh, where did I write down his name? Wednesday night, one of the representatives was killed in a head-on car wreck.
Huh. I didn't hear about that.
And that's what I was going to say. Wednesday, with the voting and everything, I never heard any mention of that. I never heard any of the. And whenever I watched Nancy Drew this morning, I didn't see the flag at half staff either.
No.
And so I'm just wondering what's up with that.
Unless it was a Clinton operation.
I don't know. Where did I write his name down? Because I wrote it down so I'd know who it was. And it's gone. Heck, I don't know.
Kind of makes you wonder when things ain't going the way they think it ought to. Somebody disappears or gets hurt or whatever, under unusual circumstances. I'm not saying this is one of those, but it kind of makes you wonder.
All of it is unusual.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Bonnie.
And
I
that's
wonder if that rep was made an example of to make people think.
Very possible.
With McCarthy in there, we sort of don't have a Democrat in there.
Whoever can make his payday the biggest, I think.
Yeah, Republican in name only.
Yep.
Nancy might have accidentally handed the bottle of vodka instead of a gavel. I got it on now, and it's like,
yeah, me too.
It's the dullest, boring looking thing going on. And people are so loud and rude in there. And I thought it was supposed to be like a library, maintained quiet.
Here it is. Representative Quentin Williams. Oh, John Dunning already had it. 39. Dies in head-on car crash. And it was Connecticut, is that CT?
Yeah.
After sworn in for third term, yeah, he was coming back from the governor's ball.
Was it a state rep or a federal?
I guess maybe he was state is why nothing's been.
Okay.
He, John put a link there if anybody wants to check it out. Hey, Rich Runner, how are you tonight?
Hey, Ridge.
Hey, Ridge Runner, how are you? Oh, Camo.
All right, guys, it's down on 1 o'clock. I'm gonna get off and go to bed.
Okay, Josh, you
Hey,
have a good
Josh.
Have a good night, bud. Take care.
Josh, it's getting late. Why don't you go to sleep?
day.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm putting the phone asleep myself.
Good night, bud.
Good night, guys.
Good
Good night.
night.
Much love. God bless. Take care. Have a good night's sleep, buddy.
Yes.
Thank you.
um, hey, Kiss Off. Good to see you.
Hey, kiss.
Oh, I know he's gloating. See, that's when they said it at 10 o'clock. I was like, well, here we go for the 2 a.m.
Yeah, I was fixing to send you an email and say, here you are, Bonnie. They're making it for you.
Yep.
Because they had the adjournment voted on to adjourn, and then I don't know what happened. People started changing their votes, everything after the timer ran out, and they ended up with more of a majority to stay put and
Yeah.
everything, which I think it was just a staged deal because Scalise made the motion to adjourn, and then they went and voted on it, and it was a close deal, but the yays won to adjourn. Then all of a sudden, everything started changing that they're going to stick around.
Yeah. And but when they announced that they were coming back at 10 p.m., that poor lady that sits up there calling out the names and putting down the votes,
Yeah,
she looked back at that man when he announced it like, are you kidding me? And so then I was thinking, okay, or that's the strategy. Everybody's all wore out and tired at 10 o'clock because they've been there all day for how many days doing this.
4 days. Yeah.
So that, and so was that just, let's just wear them down until they finally give in? Because when
Yep.
I saw Chip Roy stand up and say McCarthy, I was like, are you kidding me? And then the other two from Texas, same thing, I think. One of
Yeah.
them may have said Jeffries, but I think all of them from Texas said McCarthy. And I was like, you turncoats.
Yeah, the deal is with these guys, not what they did last year and the years prior on vacation more than they're in there. This was just torture for them to be at work that long.
Yes.
So,
There you go, John. Probably sent the votes to Arizona to be counted. Well,
one thing about it, it can't be challenged because there's too many people watching this to see if it was legit or not on this one.
yeah. I still, I'm going to look into that. How many votes?
Yeah.
Ridge Runner, I sort of finished your sentence for you. He said, 3 men diminished height on the bar avoiding injury.
Yeah. And I was kind of surprised when it started and they had them say the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. And I was sitting there watching that and I thought, are they actually listening to the words they're saying? And all through it, too, I kept hearing McCarthy saying that he wanted to make sure that Congress was as it should be, constitutional. It's like he had the words, but he doesn't have the background. I just, yeah,
Since he's speaker now, I'm, I can say what all I want to say. Whether I'll do it or not's another thing. The way I'm feeling and everything. Keep an eye on him and anything that doesn't look constitutional. If he says that's what they're going to abide by, if they don't, flood his
yeah.
email and everything else like that all the time and
Well,
everything, and threaten to recall him.
yep.
These
And
people
so,
got kids in Congress with them.
yeah, I heard kids on the floor whenever they were in there.
That's kind of disrespectful to the position.
Yes, I heard cell phones ringing, and that shocked me. You go into a courtroom, if your cell phone rings, you're in trouble.
Yeah,
Everything,
they own your phone and that after that.
yeah, everything is turned off.
Yeah, all this can go on there, but if you go before any court, I'm sitting there watching them, cell phones out, people, multiple phones.
Hmm.
If they told all the people that were 70 and above to leave, that pretty much would clear that place out.
Oh
Yep.
my goodness. Yeah, my granddaughter had to go to jury duty the other day, and she was worried about her clothes if they were okay. And
Oh, everyone was wearing t-shirts and hoodies and jeans. Everyone was wearing jeans.
really,
Because it was just a pick for the jury. It wasn't like an actual trial. I
it,
think
it didn't matter.
Really?
Yeah, you dress.
Huh.
It used to be you dressed in your Sunday best. That's just pretty much the way they said it.
Well, nowadays at churches you can wear jeans and t-shirts.
Fastest way to get out of that is ask them, either tell them you think they're already guilty or ask them what color they are. They don't like either one of those.
Well, I didn't tell her about the color, but I told her about tell them you already know about the case and you've already made up your mind.
You already formed an opinion, yeah.
But she didn't want to get out of it. She wanted to experience it. And
Well, but then Laura talked me into it.
It's almost as fun as paint
Yeah.
dry, wasn't it?
In court, then
well, she didn't get picked, but she said my ex-husband was there and he got picked. So good.
It's like watching paint dry.
I would never, and I was on a jury one time, and um, after that one, I I put on that card because they used to be, I don't know how it is now. There used to be a little box where you could put any reason that you feel that you should not serve on a jury. And I said anything that has to do with abuse, period. And so they never called me again. But
that's all the trials that are in this town. It's about abuse.
that jury that I was on was a semi and a truck and travel trailer with a little old couple that had a wreck together. Well, they didn't actually wreck together. The travel trailer was bouncing off of the semi, and the semi driver was trying to move over to get them to quit hitting him because he was afraid they were going to wreck. And it made him jackknife and ruined his truck, tore up his back. It was pretty bad. And so the amount being asked for was 250,000. And the lawyers were acting like that was such a huge amount of money. Or do you have any problems with big amounts of money? And I was like, no. And I was number one. And that's what I told her too. I said, what's your number? And it was 60 something, I think. And I said, oh, okay, well, that's a little better than one.
No, Jed was 100 and something.
Oh, and he got picked. Well, I don't know.
The judge just picked it by name.
Ridge Runner, he's got a spine like a jellyfish. Now he's walking up there now.
Jellyfish don't have spines.
That's why I said that.
Settle or something. Oh, I got all the dishes done finally.
With Clark,
Hey, Bonnie.
members of the House Democratic Caucus and the House
Jeffries looks pleased that he's up there speaking.
Congress, is my high
Really?
privilege to finally be able to welcome all of you to the 118th Congress.
Hey, Bonnie.
Yes.
Yeah, Bonnie.
What's up, Bruce?
Do you know the term jury nullification?
No.
That sounds familiar.
Okay, what it is, if you're in the jury and you just flat out don't agree with the law and the punishment for what they're saying they did, you don't have to vote to just tell them I'm not voting because it's jury nullification. You know, I don't agree with what's happened and what you're charging him with. It's not right.
Yes. I did not sign the paper. Me and another man did not sign the paper.
Okay.
There was some kind of paper we were supposed to sign
There only has to be 9.
to be in agreement, and we didn't sign it. And so their attorney came up to me afterwards and asked me why I didn't sign it. Kind of ballsy of him. But
Yeah.
I said, you know, I'm going to tell you the truth. I said, because this man lost his livelihood, his truck, he cannot drive a truck anymore because of his back. He has gone through thousands and thousands of dollars of medical. So I felt that he should get the full amount. Well, what they did, the people that were on the jury, because it was a little old couple, they were feeling sorry for them, so they only granted him 80,000 of the 250,000.
Okay.
And so I didn't sign. And I told them, I said, I can't believe y'all are thinking that way. And after their attorney questioned me, we were all at the door fixing to go out of the courthouse. And the little old couple walked out and got into a brand new Lincoln. What's the fancy one? The town car, with the gold,
car.
with the gold trim all around.
Yeah, the SUV is the Navigator, if that's what they had.
And I said, "Oh yes, don't they look so poor?"
Y'all ain't gonna believe this.
A legendary legislator.
Jeffrey just said Pelosi's going to go down as the greatest speaker of all time. What a load of shit.
We know that Nancy Pelosi is a woman of faith.
Yeah, right.
Of 5,
greatest speaker of all time. Greatest criminal element, maybe.
Defender of
the guy's just a big ass.
I wonder if any of them's got their boots on.
California.
Yeah, the old gray goose is out in the audience. She's all smiles and tears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for all that you have done. It's an honor to stand on your broad
shoulders. Surprised his lips ain't brown and his nose ain't brown.
As well as the shoulders of the great Steny Hoyer and the great Jim Clyburn, two consequential leaders in their own right. Now, the scripture says in Galatians, let us not become weary.
I think, to be honest, if any of them was born before like 1950, that they shouldn't be allowed to even hold the office.
If we do not give up. Over the last 2 years, House Democrats, in partnership with President Biden and our colleagues in the Senate, have been hard at work on behalf of the American people, getting big things done. We passed the American Rescue Plan, saved the economy from a deep recession, put shots in arms, money in pockets, and kids back in school. We passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
Can y'all hear this through mine?
Millions of good-paying jobs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bridges, roads, tunnels, or airports.
Yeah, if I remember my history, Chuck, and government, you got to be 37 before you can even run for any government office on the federal side.
And look at AOC. She looks like she might be 20-something.
She's not even, she might be 30 at the most.
If you go all the way back to the founder days, none of them supposed to be attorneys or lawyers or nothing like that. And it's not supposed to be about benefit of money.
Nope. Boy, things got screwed up ever since then.
You're supposed to be a voice of the people.
If Pelosi's supposed to pass the hammer or the gavel, they're going to have to pull it out of Paul's butt.
Well, you know, all these people that have chapped lips and burnt knees gotta get their due.
Yep.
Yeah, Pelosi's probably using the gavel as a crutch so she can make it up there one last time.
She looks pretty rough out there, like she's holding on to a walker. You can't see her, but she's like keeps reaching in front of her, grabbing.
Yeah, if I was her and everything, to me, this would be a big weight lifted off my shoulders, man. As much bullshit as is going on.
Yeah. It does look like her, but it don't. It's like,
but no telling what they going to do behind the scenes now, whether she'll really step aside or have inside influence on the backside of this thing.
yeah, figure out where she's going to end up, what company she's going to work for. Now that she's out of that position, she's going to get something somewhere, I bet.
I bet you she's already got something, and it's been under the table until this happens, and then it's going to come to the forefront, would be my guess. I'm just wondering who wrote this clown speech. He's telling everybody what they want to hear, but we know it's all lies.
He's a smart-ass, arrogant, smug piece of shit. I'm sorry, but
I understand narcissistic, big time. That he's better than everybody else, and screw you if you don't think the way I do. And I'll get all my snowflakes together and I'll have a big crying session because I didn't win.
Yep, Carl, that's why I said Rhino. He's just in name only.
Just have to see how quick he turns, probably Monday when they start in, to see what happens. If they don't decide to take a vacation right now, they're going to think they worked their butts off to get this done and everything. They don't know what work is, man.
Yep, John, I've seen that. A bunch of them got a place to run and hide, and I'm surprised that there ain't more seats empty in there. A lot of them think that just because you leave, you don't have to be involved in it. They have too many blankets covering them that they're not responsible for anything that they do or say, and that's a load of shit.
Yeah, I hope they show the camera to the crowd out there after this clown gets through speaking and see how many people walk out when it's McCarthy's turn.
If you don't see the Democrats leave, then you know whose side he's on.
Bingo. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Everybody's sticking around, and then after the king gets done, they're all going to make a mass exodus and go to his party, and everything, and the rest of them are do whatever. Is what I'm thinking. But I might be wrong. I might just be blowing smoke. I don't know. It's just aggravating on how everything's going. I get on my dadgum soapbox and go.
Yeah, like I think rabbits like Ridge Runner just said a minute ago, they should have finished that last vote with them going outside in the parking lot for a minute.
Yep.
I don't know why they think they need another antique in there. Need somebody like Jim Jordan, but Jim Jordan wants other places. But I think he was told to say that.
I think he'll be better. It's isn't it a chairman or something?
Yeah,
like that?
he wants to be chair of the Judiciary Committee, the judicial system, so he can pull investigations on anybody and everybody. Is what they said. Whether that's going to be true or not, but person I would like to see a little firecracker would have been Bobart. Get in there. Because she's a little spitfire.
Yeah, she believes in equality and all this stuff and being fair and the Constitution, all that, like it should be.
Who's that?
Bobert.
Little bit.
Yes, she's a good one. I think. I don't know. You know how it is. Hello, Rabbit.
She is over there sitting with McCarthy and other guys over there, though. Marjorie Taylor Greene and McCarthy, and then it was her, then it was somebody else, all sitting together there. So who knows?
And is that Tublau? That's what it looks like to me. Okay. Says McCarthy will control Jordan and everything. But is that true? Because I remember them standing up to Pelosi about several things. I don't know.
I don't know how that works. My understanding, it depends on how much money you got, whether you get on a committee or not. It's like paying dues, but they're bribing you to be on a committee.
See? And that's what I said the other day. Money should not be a factor for anything, not even who is chosen to be a running mate. It's just,
as soon as you get a job with anything to do with it, Bonnie, even as an intern, you start with the favor system. Well, I got to go over and take this to so-and-so. Well, take this over there to the other person for me on your way. Oh, I ain't going to do it just for nothing. Well, I'll buy you lunch tomorrow. Go from buying lunch to getting a car, to getting a house, to getting this position, getting over here. Before you know it, you're there 2 or 3 years. They got so much dirt on you that you do what they say.
Pay to play.
Yeah.
So Well, I mean, most of us knew this is the way it was going to go, right?
Yeah, they just had to put on a big show for it and everything. I'm just wondering what this was a distraction from. That's what this was.
Exactly. And
What's bigger going on besides this? And besides Ukraine, Ukraine's a distraction too. What's up?
yes, more false hope. Let's get them hoping that everything is going to change because these people are blocking, but then these people are going to turn on their states and do what they want to do. Because when Chip Roy said that, his face was beet red, and as soon as the voting was over, he was out that door. And I saw a thing where Waters, one of them, was telling another one of them better vote this way or else, and then it seems like they even mentioned that during all this voting thing that nobody was threatened in this process. And then, um, but I saw where they were making deals. Okay, McCarthy has agreed to do this and this and this if you'll vote for him. And
Hell, with all these people still clapping for Jeffries on here, they look like they're on Oprah, and they just told me everybody's getting an electric skillet.
I love the way you look at things, John.
It's just ridiculous.
There's a few of them walking, not too many.
And I thought it was weird that they got to vote for themselves, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's because I heard them call McCarthy and I heard them call Pelosi. So she was even able to vote.
Yeah.
Here comes the great white hope. He just clapped the gavel.
Now, after he gets through and stuff, whether it'll happen tonight or tomorrow or Monday, they got to swear everybody in that was elected. Right now, they're running off the old crew.
Tom, what he just sent me, funny as hell.
That was easy, huh?
Who did?
Tom.
I never thought we'd get out.
Tom that was, oh no, he was going to eat. He wasn't going to sleep.
Tom sitting at the Bonnie.
2 years ago, I got 100% of the vote for my conference.
Now y'all see why I chose this title.
For somebody else, I want to thank you.
Yeah, smug piece
Gentle
of
lady who
shit.
served as our presiding officer this week, our clerk, Cheryl Johnson. Thank you.
Why does McCarthy look like he's aged about 20 years in the last month?
He's probably been freaking out, wanting this so bad. Is it a higher paid position? Or is it just for the power?
Yeah, he gets more money, but a lot more power than money, I think.
Yep.
That puts him third in the line, I think, from the president.
Yes. Yep. And that. That's scary too.
I'm just wondering what the grand plan is since he's in there now.
Tom, I think friends and you can do it in Messenger.
I'll send it to you. I don't know if he's got you on Facebook.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just laughs a lot. That's what I said at the beginning. Don't pray for patience because you're going to get more than you want. That's
Patience is what I call my everyday carry. The camera's still on Jeffries, like he's more important.
Again.
I'm going to read the definition again.
Next month?
So
Next
that-
year?
because it doesn't do any good. The capacity to accept or tolerate delay, trouble, or suffering without getting angry or upset.
Congress. My responsibility.
And you know what?
Our responsibility.
It's kind of
It's patience in the Bible. Do you know how hard that is to do?
yeah, T-Girl, the bad thing, he's a California rep, so might as well say that I'm in Nancy's pocket.
Bingo.
Well,
They haven't learned what California does to this nation, because everything that happens out here in the middle starts off in California or on the East Coast, mainly Boston, New York, something like that, and everything feeds to the middle of the country.
They just showed Bobert on her. She doesn't look happy at all.
Yep. Well, and that's the way he is. Doesn't matter if he's Republican or Democrat, especially in that position.
He's a slug.
Puppet.
There you go.
I've seen people. He reminds me a lot of when I used to work at this new car lot for Ford place. He's like some of them scheming, backsliding, used car salesmen. It's the definition of a car salesman. You put an extra $1,000 on your bill for them free floor mats.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
He is sure tickling their ears, man.
Yeah, anybody out there that actually figured we get somebody that would really do something beneficial for us, they thought that was factored in. You need to ease off the pipe a little bit. Yeah, great granny gums.
Oh my goodness. Chuck, that is not as funny as you were. Y'all are horrible.
I was just reading what Ridge Runner said.
No, I was looking at what Tom said. That is not. That's just wrong. Sorry.
It was funny during this.
Oh my goodness.
Marjorie Taylor Greene looks like she's trying to keep a penny stuck between her teeth or something.
I told you, as soon as she sees a camera on her, instant, big old smile, and then gone.
Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yes.
She looked madder than shit, too.
Yeah, I'm sure she was. But,
No, the Democrats are clapping like their life depends on it.
Yep.
Probably does.
It's like, yay, we got Nancy's son in here.
Right, Tom. Oh my goodness. Okay, we need to have some kind of a party.
Bobert's sitting next to Getz. He's smiling, but like he knows something's up. But hey, Gina,
Hmm.
maybe he's thinking, meet me outside. How about that?
I forgot about that. Oh, I watched that show too. Well, I wanted to go up on that stage and grab that little girl. Hi, Gina.
Hey, Gina.
Why can't they ever get anybody in these positions? They know they're going to be here for a long time, but they can't ever put anybody in them that ain't old enough to be somebody's great grandfather, great grandfather.
Is McCarthy that old?
I don't know, but he sure looks like he's aged a lot.
I didn't think he looked that old. I don't know how old he is.
I
I'm
bet
sure.
he's about your age, Chuck.
He's aged different. Last I seen him, either he's lost weight, something's wrong with him, or
Well, I guess since you can be speaker till you're 90 and somehow just keep going and going and going at that age. So if he's 60, that's 30 years. It can be,
I'll see. I'll see
he's 57. There you go.
he is.
Thank you, rabbits.
He's 57.
Yep, born in 65.
Jesus, that is my age, and he. Damn, the shit I don't.
You
Your
want me to
mic.
go conspiracy, Bonnie?
I'm sorry.
Do you want me to go conspiracy to answer Chuck's question?
Go ahead.
Deep state clone in
Yep.
punk.
That I'm watching his neck. It looks funny, like he's got one of them masks, but who knows? Even his eyes look weird.
Same, Tom.
I'm not old because I'm 57. I'm old because of shit that I went through in the last 57 years. Really, the last 15. But
I can relate to that, Chuck. Big time. 15 years ago or so, I could do whatever I really felt like doing without consequences. Now I even think about it, I get consequences and I haven't done nothing
yep.
Yep.
Why I jokingly say I don't even trust a fart anymore.
yet. Bingo. Firsthand, I understand and can relate.
And I've also learned when I wake up in the morning and do that stretch, it's like, damn, I feel better today. I don't even attempt that because I know it's like something's going to happen between the first steps I heading to the bathroom.
Yep.
Yep. Yep, Tom, the mileage. I got a bunch of that.
Then you're so dadgum comfortable at times in bed, you got to do this or that, and you don't even want to move. I do that a lot myself right there.
Mary Brewer, what do you mean first hearing on the southern border? And Rich Runner. Nick looked like that because he just pulled his head out of his arse.
Yeah.
I think the age of mileage. Yeah.
Everybody
Feel the music go up.
If anybody's looking at the screen with him talking, watch around the collar of his shirt. Looks like it's rubbing something, or there's a white line all the way around it.
Yeah.
My goodness, Gina. Gina, have you been on any antibiotics? Just curious.
Hey, V.
Plan your trips according to bathrooms. Hi, V.
Yeah, anytime we get to go anywhere, everybody gets everything together, get it in the car. Then I asked them before that if anybody's got to go to the bathroom, then after.
Yes. Before you lock the door. Anybody. Have you forgotten anything? Do you need to go to the restroom?
That sucks, Gina.
I know it.
I've been running Wyatt back and forth to his doctor's appointments in Vicky's little Toyota Corolla. I don't know if it's because the way I got to shove my knee under the steering wheel when I get in it for the gas pedal or what, but my knee's killing me earlier. But the last 3 days I've been running back and forth with him in that. So.
Ouch. Do you have one of those freeze things you can wrap around it?
I got BioFreeze over here.
Oh, that's good too.
I've been taking that collagen though, and them super beats, and it was bothering me really bad yesterday. And after I took the first thing of that beats, about 3 hours later, I noticed it kind of felt warmer. And then today, it was bothering me a little bit when I got back here, and I drank the collagen with that beats together. My knees right now normally would be hurting this late in the day, and they ain't bothering me, which I don't think I'd notice it that quick, but it seems like it. Never know.
Well, there you go, Gina. You got it. Okay. I just know one time they gave me one that it can actually tear your tendons, and after I got off of it, I had a lump on the back of my knee, and it didn't matter if you were sitting, laying, standing, it hurt. And went to the doctor, and I was like, really, really hurts. Checks it, and he says, have you had an injury? No. And he kept saying, it's a Baker's cyst, and you usually get that from an injury. And then whenever I read the antibiotic thing, and it said that about the tendons, and a friend actually posted something on Facebook about the same antibiotic for her and what had happened. And I was like, well, there it is.
Yeah, I got a TENS unit around here I need to pull out if my knee keeps bothering me. Right now, hopefully this stuff's working. Normally I could take, when my knee bothers me too bad, I'll take 2 of them probes, put it under my kneecap on each side, and then 2 on top, and crank that sucker up to about 80%. It'll get me rattling so much to have my kneecap jerking all different directions.
I can't stand that feeling.
Yeah, they had one time for my back.
Mm-hmm.
They had me on the table laying on, and this girl put these 8 patches. It had 2 at my top of my shoulders, 2 under my shoulder blades, then 2 at my belt loop, and then 2 like in the middle of my lumbar. And she was turning it up. She goes, let me know when you start feeling it. She goes, I can't go any further. I said, go ahead. You got my permission. I'm not feeling it yet. She goes, well, your back's moving. I said, well, I don't feel it. And she turned it up, and the doctor walked in and looked, and she had it at like 89% cranked up. He said, my whole back and shoulders. I could feel movement. Somebody rubbing my back, but then all of a sudden it got to that point. I'm like, okay, that feels great right there. And he's like, no, turn that back, turn that down. It'll hurt him. And I'm like, it feels good. And he videoed and showed me a picture of my back, and it looked like, you ever seen when you poke a dog with something and how their skin crawls?
Yes.
Mine was doing it around each one of them pads as it was fluctuating, doing it.
Yes.
I liked it, and it made. That's the only time I ever felt good when I left that office. And I told him it made me feel better even the next day. And he was like, "That's too cranked up. That's too dangerous." I'm like, how's it dangerous if I like it?
Nope, that wasn't me. I have a rib that pops out, and so he put that on me, and he said, "This is going to make you feel so much better." As soon as he turned that on, I was like, "No, that doesn't. I don't like that at all. Can you
I
stop it?"
liked it. But
And he's all, "I have it on the lowest," and I said, "I don't care. I don't like it."
hey, Gina, take you a couple cloves of garlic or even a whole clove, cut it in half, and then smash it flat and put it on a Band-Aid and put it on each side of your kneecap before you wrap it. That way it isolates it off of your wrap. But that the astringent and the antibiotic properties and other properties in that garlic will help. It'll soak in and help.
Oh, wow. And prayer. I'll be praying for you, Gina.
I've taken garlic before. I got one hand, that my left hand, being a mechanic all them years, and missing with a hammer when you're trying to use a punch and it's smashing your hand. I got two knuckles that give me crap a lot. And I'll smash garlic, rub it in, and then put a glove on.
Yeah.
It somehow or another makes swelling go away, and it works. And I ain't done it in about 6 months. It ain't bothered me in a while.
I'm telling you, garlic is the miracle. Need to grow some more.
Well, it absorbs in, but yeah, Gina, all mine's inside. It's not nothing to do with skin, but the reason I was telling you that, it promotes healing. It makes my shit stop hurting, though.
Hmm.
But I got a weird chemical compound in me, too. My mom was bad. Gold rings. She would turn gold rings, and she'd make them brittle when she wore them. Like most people, cheap watches turn green on their arm. My mom would wear her watch. It was gold and had a silver back on it, and that silver would turn green with tarnish quick. She could only have it on a couple hours and it'd do that. Make bleed over spots on her wrist.
Yep.
I've never seen that, but I didn't know you could. People's chemical build affect gold and silver. Sounded like she's real acidic, but I don't think it's acid messing too much unless it's really strong with silver and gold.
I don't know. Hi, Janet. Me and the girls, we're allergic to metals. But because I tried got my ears pierced, and I tried every kind of earring you can possibly think of, and then found out about the clear nail polish, and that's the only way I was able to wear earrings was to. And so I came up with this idea for a patent was with a plastic covering the, and then it would have to have
There's your train, Bonnie.
like a round thing in the back to keep the back of it from touching the ear too. And I think they came out with those years after I was thinking about that. I used to draw pictures all the time of stuff I wanted to patent, but it's expensive.
Yeah, my son, I had to get him some more Manuka honey. You remember Bonnie White? Well, ways back, I told you Wyatt had them two places under his big toes, like where they cut off callus and it turned into a diabetic sore. It wasn't necessarily ulcers, but
Yes.
working and working, trying to get it going. And since Thanksgiving and stuff, Manuka honey, and other spray, and him, one of them's completely healed up, and the other about 3/4 or more. And I found today the Tractor Supply has that Manuka honey in the horse section for wound care spray.
Huh.
But I paid like $15 for a 1-ounce tube of it. And I finally got a spray bottle. I don't know how much is in it, but it's like $22.
And it's called Manuka honey.
Yeah,
One of the stuff I use.
yeah.
And it's in the animal section at Tractor Supply.
Yeah, buy the horse stuff or cow stuff or something. It was one of the spray bottles over there. They may even have a tube, but Walmart has it. But it looks like a little toothpaste tube, and it's 1 ounce. So you get more out of that spray bottle, probably a lot more.
But it don't take a whole lot.
Yeah.
I got Vicky bag balm today while we were over there. Carl was saying about that stuff good for your hands and calluses.
Should cover about a quarter size hole that you got to put that on. You only need about a pea size of it, and it'll last for about 2 to 3 days.
Oh, wow.
That's why I change mine every 2 to 3 days, because that's when that stuff starts wearing off.
Hmm. Bag balm.
Yeah, they got that up there too. If I can find it, I'll show it to you, Polly. Oh,
I
shit.
don't know about all this stuff for animals. How do y'all know about all this stuff? Really? Like, oh, okay. So, what's that for?
I'll read it off to you.
McCarthy just got sworn in officially now.
He's holding his hand up,
He did.
McCarthy.
Ah, shit.
Use a dry skin that crack, split, or chafe for hands, knees, face, feet, cuticles, elbows, lips. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Rubbing the skin thoroughly and allow bag balm to rain in full moisturizing and softening effect.
Huh.
They got a small thing of it's like $6.50. It's a little 1-inch square can, or maybe a little bigger than this one. Here's probably 2.5 inches square every direction. Since 1899, bag balm has been a farmer's friend, moisturizing and softening severely dry, chapped skin caused by working outside in the harsh environment of Vermont's rugged Northeast Kingdom. Lanolin enriched bag balm is highly effective for moisturizing severely dry skin that can crack, split, or chafe. Bag balm's tried and true formula goes to work immediately and it lasts. Hand and body, it says.
Oh, no. That's too bad.
But there by the others.
Who?
Josh. The movie nerds.
Yeah.
Gina's allergic to it. Half edited. Okay. Well, I haven't had a milk cow yet, so I guess that's why I didn't know that.
It might be the lanolin in it, baby Gina, or something else.
Yeah.
She looked like somebody took her bottle of vodka away from her.
Good, bitch.
Good.
You go, baby.
When I walk, my back hurts a lot more than when I walk to that walker. It's right in the
Yeah, Janet, they probably got it. I don't go in Walgreens anymore. They're too other side towarded.
And I'm allergic to so many things too.
I got pee.
The best thing my doctor told me to get was it's Eucerin lotion. It is so good for dry skin.
Series out.
Hey, homesteading.
Adam family.
My daughter has
There's cigarette over
No, but they're candy.
what's the one thing? My daughter has, what's it called? They're like all the creases in her hand will start cracking open. That's psoriasis. Something.
Yeah.
I think it's Gina.
A whole of a lot worse when I'm trying to walk with a walker.
Lost my pen. No clue.
Don't use that thing up. That they don't just say, "Here, these are free." That's just like $15 for that thing.
Put it all where it hurts.
Yes. She had them really bad when she was little. She was like 4 years old. And I would have to, the doctor gave me some kind of ointment. And I'd have to put that all over her hands and then put gloves on her for her to go to daycare. They don't like you coming in with open wounds very well, which is understandable.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for the purpose of offering an amendment. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the resolution. Before offering the amendment, I request that there be a division of the question on the resolution so that we may have a separate vote.
Did Jen go live tonight?
The question will be divided.
Must have been.
The odds of the world.
Yep.
Those in favor say aye. Those opposed?
Is she still on?
The ayes have it. This portion of the resolution is agreed to. Without objection,
Is he still talking?
He's doing business right now. They're got the whip in and the majority and minority leaders, stuff like that.
He's doing business?
Yeah.
Wow.
Still might get your deal. Something's going to happen at 2 a.m., Bonnie.
Yeah, they like doing stuff over the cover of night. So
I know, don't they? All. Still carrying on. Yep. Chuck, I know you're tired. And
Huh?
Are you tired? Really? Did you take a nap?
Cigarettes.
No, I'm making cigarettes for Vicky.
Oh.
Looking at this stuff going on with disdain about how stupid it is. Just if it ain't one thing, it's another. The bullshit they pull, and
It'd be funny if he's, oh, Christ wanted something. No.
they're all like spoiled children. They whine until they get their way, or they throw a fit and start a bunch of shit until they do get it.
Yep.
Yep.
And the Republicans, they tell them no, go to their room, and they pout and stomp off and go to their room.
Or tweet. They got to go tweet it.
Instead of, I'm going to go tell my mom, I'm going to go tweet it.
One side cries until they get their way, and the other one stops trying if they get told no.
Isn't there a song? Tweedledee. I can't remember how it went.
Boy, we should be happy fucking reloads are in there and we're just fucking down in their asses. That should tell all you guys something. Y'all suck.
Yeah, when they're clapping for him, you know it's something wrong.
Who else, guys?
I don't know. Here.
The office which you're about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations.
Oh, Nancy.
So they're swearing in the new Congress members, or
Yeah, they've already sworn in the new members, and they're going around to the clerks and the captain, sergeant at arms, and all of that, swearing them in.
Mr. Speaker, privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 2, resolved that the Senate be informed that a quorum of the House of Representatives has assembled, that Kevin McCarthy, a representative of the state of California, has been elected Speaker, and that Cheryl L. Johnson, a citizen of the state of Louisiana, has been elected Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 118th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Oh, this ain't gonna go well.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Mr. Speaker, I offer an additional privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 3, resolved that a committee of the 2 members be appointed by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives to join with the committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 3, the chair appoints the following members to the committee on part of the House to join a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House is assembled and that Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
yes, Gina.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a privilege resolution asked for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 4, resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Kevin McCarthy, a representative from the state of California, as Speaker, and Cheryl L. Johnson, a citizen of the state of Louisiana, as Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 118th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the desk.
That one objected to him being Speaker of the House. Is that what I understood?
I don't know.
What?
That's what it sounded like.
What did they say?
I didn't hear it.
The chair will make a statement concerning the introduction and reference of bills. Since the rules of the 118th Congress have not yet been adopted, the rights of members to introduce bills and the authority of the Speaker to refer them is delayed. The chair will state that submitted bills will be held until adoption of the rules, at which time they will be referred to and as possible to appropriate committees. At that time, the bills which are not referred to and do not appear in the record as of that day will be included in the next day's record and printed with a date as of the time and of the rules were adopted. Under Clause 5D in Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that the whole number of the House is 434. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned until 5 p.m. on Monday.
Yay, we can go home and we don't have to do our job till 5 o'clock.
5 p.m.
All those in favor say aye.
Bankers hours. Or
All those opposed say no. All right, the ayes have it.
We vote to go home and not do shit. Yeah, we can go home.
What are they keeping up with England hours or what?
At 5 p.m. Monday. So it tells you we need a vacation because we're here till 2 o'clock in the morning there.
Yeah, because fucking England, all they do is party and fucking sleep all day.
They don't turn the lights off in there. They're ready to get out of there. Yeah, they put all them billion pages in stuff to make sure nobody will read it.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what they've already got in the pipeline on what they're going to drop bombs on us next week.
Yeah, who can they stir shit and piss off now?
The best.
Hire me as their money man, and I'd be firing all the bitches up in there.
What?
You know potato's going to be pushing the bus. So I'm sure that'll be
Finding your dad and them. I don't think they heard me though.
right up there with it.
I don't know if I had it muted. No, it's not muted.
I watched the off series of Adam's Family that just came out.
I told Chuck, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I told Chuck, then he put me up in there in the money management part of it. I'd fire all them bitches.
Yep.
Everybody out there, the 10th is the next Mega Million drawing. It's 1.1 billion so far.
My goodness.
After that,
Powerball is 325. Cash out value is 568.7 million.
I'm happy with that. Give me
Wow.
precious metal. Don't push the bank.
Hey, Wanda.
Tomorrow the Powerball's for 325 mil.
Tonight was the Mega Million.
Yeah, that's why I said it's 1.1 billion.
That doesn't surprise me, Wanda. You see that comment?
Numbers are all over the board, weren't they?
Well,
I wish I could see the numbers and get them to you all. Be like here.
I wish I could read numbers like the cards.
Okay.
No, me.
Whoa.
You know what a good practical joke is, guys?
What a what?
Good practical joke is?
What?
Okay, this is a true story. This did happen when I was selling cars in Wichita, Kansas. A guy that I worked with, his friend, worked at Boeing, and he always played the lottery. And how many of us look at the date on printouts when you get them when you buy a lottery deal like Powerball or Mega Millions? We don't, right?
Mm, no. Well, I
So
don't know. I don't play.
yeah. Well, they print it out in the machine. You know, the machine picks your numbers and it's got the date of the drawing and all this stuff on it.
Yes.
And this guy always went to the bathroom to check his uh, lotto numbers. His wife, unbeknownst to him, knew what the numbers were for that week because he hadn't checked them yet. And she went out and bought a ticket with those same numbers and put it on the bottom.
Yeah, it's showing the vote was 216, McCarthy, Jeffries 211.
And he thought he had won. That first thing he was going to do is going to tell Boeing to shove it up their butt and everything else. And she told him what she had done, and he was fit to be tied.
What happened with the authenticity comments? Who was making comments?
That's what I was going to ask. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I don't see it anywhere on there either.
What happened to Cawthorn?
Yeah, Tom, it sounds like a good idea, but I'm not tired. I was earlier. Now I'm not. Nothing more energizing than seeing crooked shit going right before your eyes.
You
Get
take your time. No.
your brain to going real fast, and you really can't go to sleep.
Yeah, like Dad used to say, it's about as exciting as watching a piss eat a bale of hay.
Yep.
That's probably true, Chad.
Yeah, Gina, I don't know either. I don't know what Deb was talking about.
Thank you, Debs, for dropping the link. I heard that there was a fight. Everybody was going nutso.
Damn, after 15 rounds of voting, what are they trying to change people?
Well, so really nothing's changed. It's all the same. We've made it this far. Yeah, it laughs a lot. I was doing that the other day, and then I was like, yeah, I don't want to listen to them. So I just kept it up there with just the numbers. And we were just talking. Yep, John Denning, there you go. Just be thankful we have a life. Oh my goodness, Deb. Can't keep going without no sleep. It could be some of what's affecting you, maybe. Well, y'all, we've been on for 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and close up.
Well, I think I want to get out of here too, Bonnie. I'm going to rest my back and see what I can watch before I go to La La Land. So I'm going to be on tomorrow. I'll try to be here and everything. Hopefully, I'm going to try to do a couple things around here tomorrow and
Okay.
see how filled up I get and everything if I do. But it might happen and it might not. It just depends on how things start out when I get awake.
Yep. And I usually don't do weekends. Maybe Chuck will go live tomorrow, but thank you very much for coming up. I appreciate your input and
yeah, it's
hanging
always
out
fun.
with us.
I'm gonna have to start doing this more often and stuff instead of just sitting here and being my own little world. I need to get involved and start socializing more here pretty soon. I'm pushing, but it's hard to get started. So, but anyway, guys, much love. God bless. You guys take care, and it's been fun. And thank you, Bonnie, for letting me ramble on at times. It's much appreciated. Chuck,
No
you have
problem.
a good night, and Kat, have a good night. We love you all. Much love to everybody, and God bless and take care, and have a wonderful night and a wonderful weekend if I don't talk to you.
Have a good one.
Hey, Bruce. God bless you too.
Okay, take care, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Bye bye.
All right, everybody in chat, I'm going to close it up. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us and all the input you put out and links. I need that's what I'll do this weekend. Go back and look at links because I want to see a few of those from John the other day when I was doing the voting. Y'all care. Try to stay positive. I know it's hard during these times. Keep the faith. Somehow, some way, we got this. God bless y'all and have a good night.
Good night, y'all.
Bye.
Love y'all.